Hello everyone, we are into round 10 of the Women Grand Prix here in New Delhi, and such an exciting finish to chase for these girls. Uh, Today we have only 2 rounds left. Today and tomorrow, already there can be three possible winners of this tournament. Zujiner, Goryachkina and Bibisara are leading the event very close. Let's see what are the current standings of the event. So we see Bibisara Asubayeva still leading the event with 5.5 points, Goryachkina on 5, Zujiner on 4.5, Lano on 4, Shuvalova on 3.5, Humpy on 3.5 as well, and Harika on 3. Nana and Nino tied on 8th and 9th place with 2.5 points, and Vaishali at 2. Let's also have a look at the results of yesterday before we come to today's pairings. So
Yes, we have, I think, very interesting matches. We have Bibisara, yesterday's results, okay. So Bibisara had a very interesting game yesterday, and I think it was a very complicated game, which she should have probably won, but it ended in a draw. And Vaishali and Konaro Humpy had a very sort of complicated end game, which also ended in a draw. And Nino Batsiashvili had a very nice win against Shuvalova, and Goryachkina probably played the best game of the tournament, almost perfect game yesterday against solid Dronala Harika of India. So some very great quality games were seen yesterday, and as a result, we already saw what are the positions. It's quite interesting to see that five players in their 20s and five in 30s, and the players who are leading, I think the top three, they are in the 20s and not in 30s. So Soumya, you had been world junior champion yourself, and is it different to play in the 20s or before 20s and in the 30s, that now that you have also become above 30?
yes, definitely, it's a slight difference. Before we divulge into that topic further, let's also have a look at the pairings for today. Lano is playing against Harika, important clash there. Polina Shuvalova playing against Goryachkina Alexandra, and they are teammates and country mates over there. And Humpy playing against Nino Batsiashvili. Nino fresh with a win yesterday. Humpy looking to come uh, get stronger in this tournament and finish strongly with 2 wins could maybe help her finish very high in the final rankings. So another important clash between Zoo Jinner and Vaishali Ramesh Babu. Zoo is currently leading while Vaishali looking for her first win in this tournament. So yes, absolutely. Now let's
Yeah, let's
talk
look.
about.
Yes, let's look at what their earlier games have been, because a lot of things depend on the statistics earlier, because players know each other and how many games they have played. That's also a very important factor. So Lano and Harika have played as many as 44 games, and surprisingly, the score, 22 whites and 22 blacks for both of them. So, and the result has been very close also. 11 wins for Lano and 12 wins for Harika. So that's a great sort of almost equal score. Harika is a little better. And yes, Harika has played almost all openings. I can see she has played Alekin, she has played Karokan, she has played French, she has played Nimzovich defense, a very irregular opening, E4 knight C6, and also modern defense, Perk defense, Sicilian Rosolimo, and once E4 B6. So such a wide repertoire. I think it must have been a very complex to prepare these players playing against each other. On the second board, it's Shuvalova versus Goryachkina. They have played 16 games, and the result is 2 wins for Polina and 5 wins for Alexandra Goryachkina. And with the same color, they have played 11 games. So again, a lot of openings. Berlin defense of Spanish and Scotch game, Alekin defense, French, and once Polina had played D4, against which it became Slav. So, but generally, they also have been, most of the games on top two boards have been with E4. Konaro Humpy and Batsiashvili, I think they have played only 5 games, perhaps sort of a difference in the age group, but yes, they have played only 5 games so far. Humpy has won three games, and one game has been won by Nino. With same color, they have played two games, and both the times Humpy played d4 and Batsiashvili played Dutch defense, and both the games were won by Humpy. So let's see, we are also having white color for Humpy today. On the Zoojainer Vaishali board, all of them from the same age group, almost the same age. They played only three games in between them, and the result is two wins for Zoojainer and the draw. When Zoojainer was white, it ended in a draw, and when Zoojainer was black, she won both the games. So we don't know the game which ended in a draw was Sicilian Pelikan Sveshnikov, and it was a well-fought game, and Vaishali was able to get a half point without any effort. Interesting game. So we have complex matches. Some players not knowing each other at all. Only 3 or 4 games played. Some players having played 44 games and sort of.
Oh, absolutely. And what are your predictions for today's games, Praveenji? What do you think is going to happen on Zoojainer versus Vaishali's board, for example? We already have a few moves into the game, and what are your predictions for this
Yes, I
round?
think it is okay. So that means this time Zuzana has played d4. Okay, so it's going to be a Benoni. And this particular setup, I think we can see, we can perhaps go through the moves or,
Right.
yes, it's a Benoni defense.
They opened with d4. Zoojainer opens with
Yes,
d4.
last time she had opened with e4 and Sveshnikov, she didn't get any advantage, so she has chosen d4, okay?
And knight f6, c4, g6 by Vaishali, knight f3, bishop to g7, and after e3 by Zoojainer, maybe this is a variation she prepared against the d5, the Grunfeld variation, which Vaishali employed against, I believe it was Shuvalova in one of the previous games. So she was expecting Vaishali to go for d5, and Vaishali goes short castle, bishop e2, and c5. And now we see that e3 is not a great move against the Benoni, even though it can be played.
Yes, but e3 bishop e2 structure. Okay, if you have played g3 bishop g2, it's fine. But if you have played e3 bishop e2, then eventually you have to play e4. So which means you could be losing a tempo. But again, a tempo doesn't matter in such positions. What matters is probably the space and central control. But the advantage of this, having won a tempo for black, is black will be able to play rook e8 quickly, and it's not easy. I think perhaps I might have preferred ED and CD and then D6, but black has played D6, which is a stronger which is another possibility, leading to normal Benoni as well. But there are some games by Boleslavsky, and Boleslavsky says that if white gets e4 in time and white is able to play e into d5, recapture e into d5, then it's always that white gets a better position unless black gets quick knight e4, exchanging the knights. So this position, in fact, young Vishwanathan, one of the most talented players in the world, then lost badly to Axamo because he didn't know what Boleslavsky had said. And after the game was over, Axamo just explained what Boleslavsky had said and just quickly. And Anand looked really surprised because he didn't know anything about the opening. He was young, 16 years, and we learned a lot from the experience of Grandmaster Axamo, who unfortunately passed away the same year in an accident, but a great Soviet master and grandmaster. So we need to see if white goes for eventually for ED structure, because I am sure white is rook e8, so e4. So there's no option but to, I think, take ED now, because black takes ED, white must take. Now I think there are two options. One could be bishop g4 and one could be knight e4. And because of the extra tempo, I think black is fine. One important factor in Benoni is that if black is able to read the bishop, c8 bishop with bishop g4 and bishop into f3 is generally good. Exchanging the bishop for bishop itself is not an advantage, but it's very often for bishop g to knight d2 is played. But here displacing the pieces, pieces are going back. So I think that extra tempo, it was a wise decision by Vaishali, and seems that either knight e4 or bishop g4 will be played, perhaps inserted with a6. But here a6 may not be so effective because there is no threat of b5 compared to the variations where the c into d5 is played. Had this position, exact position, been there without a loss of a tempo, white would have a pawn on e4 and then white could go knight d2. That would be a free move. And that's not the case now. So e3 and e4 is going to give some rewards to black as long as black is able to equalize quickly. If black doesn't take the opportunity to equalize quickly, then perhaps white's space advantage is going to be a lot of give a lot of trouble. So let's see how actively Vaishali plays at this stage.
Absolutely. And here another idea is to play bishop to f5 with the idea to take knight e4 knight e4 with the bishop and place our bishop on a good square, and also prevents bishop d3 ideas. So it is quite effective.
I think bishop f5, generally white must play bishop d3 because the e2 bishop is not well placed. It's in an open file and it has no future because hampered with own c4 pawn. And bishop f5, bishop d3, I thought the best course for black would be to play bishop g4. Because bishop into d3, queen into d3 seems to be a little preferable after bishop f, knight bd7, bishop f4, and perhaps black has exchanged a wrong piece which could have been active for a bishop on e2 which is not so active. So bishop f5, bishop d3, again knight e4 comes in picture. When you exchange two minor pieces, you are certainly in a equal position. The advantage in this structure is if you should you get I mean should you, if you are able to get a few pieces exchanged, then the space disadvantage is not very great, and then if you get a6 and b5, it could be good. Or if you exchange two pieces, then the bishop on g7 is a monster and you have problems in developing the bishop on c1. So black gets a quick counterplay against b2 and c4 points if both the pieces are exchanged. So yes, bishop f5, bishop d3, knight e4 looks like a continuation as well, and I think it should be roughly equal because white has played with the extra black has played with the extra tempo. Rook e8, a very correct move, I must say.
Absolutely. I think Vaishali has got a decent position out of the opening, and we can come back to this game after a few moves. White is still thinking what black is still thinking about her move here, whether to play bishop f5 or to go for knight e4 directly, or perhaps a bishop g4. So let's have a look at the other games for now. We have Koneru Humpy playing against Nino Batsiashvili on the other board, and Humpy opened with d4, d5 by Nino, c4, e6, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, and bishop b4. So this is a another QGD Ragozin opening, and here bishop g5 is possible. Humpy goes for the more solid e3. Now the bishop is blocked behind her own pawns, which would not have been the case if the bishop was on g5.
Yes, actually, when your opponent has already played bishop b4, then perhaps bishop g5 may have its problem. It has some merits, but demerits as well, because after h6, bishop h4, I think we saw in one of the games g5 and knight e4. You know, when your opponent is attacking your pinned knight on c3, this is a more sensitive point because white doesn't have a pawn on c2. White is a pawn on c4, so there's no guard. A pawn that will not be no pawn will be able to guard the a5 to e1 diagonal, and the bishop is a good guard, but if you take the bishop to g5 and to h4, this is not going to come back. So that's, I think, one of the reasons. But yes, Nino has played d4 d5 for the first time against Humpy, because she had played Dutch defense direct d4 f5, and I think they weren't she didn't get a good position in that. Humpy played very well positionally, so I think a good choice by Nino, and also very sharp opening compared to bishop e7. Bishop b4 is a sharp opening, and Humpy has played e3 solid, and now there are various options. I think c5 castles, it's a standard position where one can say that black generally doesn't have disadvantage of fundamental nature, but yes, I think it's a play between two players where a lot of sharp possibilities can come eventually, and not at this stage. At this stage we can see a quiet game for some time till black plays c5 eventually.
So black played short castle, bishop to d2, b6, c takes pawn, e takes with the pawn. So now black might play c5 later, and after bishop d3, bishop b7, queen c2. That's the live position we have on the board. Let's have a closer look at the player camps, if we can have a bigger view of the player camps. It's really nice to see a player thinking, and usually for any person who comes and visits a chess tournament for the first time, it's a real experience. It's a new experience because all it's so quiet. You can literally hear the clock tick, and the players are thinking, but their mind is running so fast. And they're
Yes, I
thinking
think
of
chess tournaments are not like general Olympic sports where there's a lot of people cheer, and particularly soccer, football, the fans cheer the players, and it's a lot of noise. In fact, I think silence is to be maintained strictly, and generally no spectators allowed in chess tournaments, because everything is live and you could watch them on computer but not in the tournament hall. Well, I think this pawn structure Humpy got against Zhu, which he lost at the a3 and b4 slide. But I was the knight on e2 then in that position, Humpy and Zhu, perhaps. I don't know.
No,
Either
her
the
bishop was on
bishop, yeah,
g3,
bishop
so
was on g3 and knight on e2, perhaps. Yeah, yeah, but the pawn structure was, I think, the same. Yeah.
yes, bishop b4 and white played bishop
Yes, in the,
g5.
yeah.
And Humpy won this game against one of the players here. I remember she won against Nana in a after knight e4. But against Zhu she
Yeah,
played.
Juliana was black and Humpy was white, and we had this pawn structure with CD, ED, and A3 and B4 structure. Eventually, claimed white was trying to play B5. I think the bishop wasn't on, but pawn structure was same. And white's plan is clear to play A3, B4, and if we win chance, then B5. Yes,
In
and
Zhu
yes,
game, I remember she developed the knight to a6,
yes,
so the
and
bishop was still on e7.
yes. But the
And
pawns, yeah, considering that A3, bishop E7, B4, we could have. But I think it looks like that Humpy will be a little better placed in that pawn structure now. Like for example, a3 and b4 were quicker because bishop has come from b4. So one tempo loss, just like the Vaishali game, white could end up a tempo up. And if should white get a pawn to b5 supported with pawn on a4, it's always a huge advantage.
yes, and also in Zhu game, her bishop was outside the pawn chain, whereas here it is inside. And so, even after white gets a3 and b4, she will have some problems with the d2 bishop. However, I suppose that is the idea even in this pawn
Yes,
structure.
I think to play quick f3 and e4, for which bishop is actually better placed on d2, but knight on f3 is not particularly well placed. So again, it's not all that easy, because in this structure, when you play bd2, your only plan is to play f3 and e4 without allowing c5 quickly. So when that is done, I think knight on f3 is not so powerfully placed. So different pawn structures and different piece positions. The plans are generally same, but some piece position depends on if the plan is viable or not, and that very often can be seen by the capacity of players to maneuver in such a way, rather outmaneuver the opponent into getting a position which opponent won't like and one would like. So a complex strategic game will take place till white plans for e4, until black plans for c5, black gets c5.
So let's have a look at how the other two boards are doing. Lano is playing against Harika Dronavali and they've reached this position of the Berlin defense. Let's see how they started. E4 played by Lano on the first move. Harika replies with knight f3, knight c6, and after bishop b5 goes for the Berlin defense, and white plays short castle knight e4, and here she does not go for the endgame after d4 but rook e1, another very trendy line nowadays against the Berlin, where white plays the middle game in the equal pawn structure, and after knight e5, bishop e7, bishop f1, knight takes, rook takes, short castle, and d4. And now there are many moves, but two of the best moves here are bishop f6 and knight to e8, with the idea to play d5.
Yes, in fact, the d4 is and bishop f1. It's a new approach. The original game in which this was played was Stinitz, where Stinitz played bishop d3, and that was a nice game played by Stinitz. And the same was followed by Tarash against Pillsbury, and those two games well analyzed by Dr. Lasker, successor of William Stinitz. So bishop d3 and white played b3 and bishop b2. And recently, this move d4 became popular after Carlsen chose this, and the knight d2 and knight f3 is a plan here as well. But as you said, the knight e8, bishop f6, knight e8, and d5 is a plan which is supposed to equalize quite easily. Though white does get some initiative sometimes, because white will get knight to e5 quicker than black getting knight to e4 back, because you are moving the knight back d5. So knight d2 was Carlsen's idea, I think, in one of the games against Anand, or rather Anand's idea against Carlsen. I just forgot, but there are two games in this exact position between Carlsen and Anand, and one has been won by Anand as black, and one has ended in a draw as Carlsen White. That one of them was from the World Championship where Carlsen drew with White, and before that in a rapid game Anand had won this position with Black. But I mean the position wasn't better, but yes, a nice game. So these two games among these two players as well, I remember. A system that is probably quiet. I think Lano is not really pressing very hard. I mean, this is a position which one would say that White is at least risk. And end game which we were referring to with d4 instead of rook e1 is a lot of risk to both the sides. So it's going to be more or less a quiet game, Black trying to equalize, and should Black equalize, which is not a difficult task, as you yourself pointed out, knight e8 and d5 and bishop c, a plan that was taught to the Indian team by Vladimir Osar, otherwise it was not known. And in one of the nationals, I won a nice game with White, and then became obvious that my opponent didn't know what to do. So the quick knight e8 and d5 does equalize in this structure.
Nice. And also, we must point out that Harika is playing her second consecutive black, and probably the no, actually not even second consecutive, third consecutive black, because of the odd pairings. Because as a result of the mixed up pairings, she has only three whites in this tournament as opposed to six blacks, and sometimes this can be a handicap in a round robin tournament.
Yes, it's a rather a great handicap because White does have a slight advantage to start with. At least for 10 moves, White does stand of getting some a chance of getting some initiative. And basically, it was meant to be a 12-player tournament, but two-player dropped out after the pairing was made, because pairing was made way back, I think
A
3 weeks
month
back,
ago.
1 month ago.
Yes.
And after that, two players have dropped out. Now, once the pairing is made, pairing was not changed, and that was decided by the players. So as a result, we see sometimes somebody might have got six whites and three blacks as well. So somewhat withdrawal of players does influence or affect the other players' possibilities.
Definitely. And I checked that she actually played one white in the eighth round. So this is a second consecutive black. But yes, the fact is that she plays with three whites only in this tournament with six blacks. And that is definitely a tough situation to be in. Let's see how she handles the black today. And I think it's a good opening choice by Harika, because Berlin a very solid opening against the e4, the most solid
Yeah, and
system.
I think the ending, the Berlin ending is also very complex because White has uh, sort of advantage in the pawn structure, but Black has a lot of activity in that position. So White has avoided that, and Harika is not going to get an active position here, and probably drawish position can be expected from this, I think.
We will see how the game pans out, and here rook e1 is the most common move. We will come back to this one. Shuvalova and Goryachkina have already drawn their game even before we could look at the game.
Oh.
Let's have a look how what happened. This is the final position of the game where the players agreed for a draw after knight h5, bishop c1, knight f6 back, and bishop f4, and there was a threefold repetition. There is a no agreed draw rule in this tournament before 30 moves, so the players cannot agree to a draw, but they can repeat the moves. And in chess, one of the laws of chess says that if the position is repeated three times, then it is a draw by threefold repetition only after a claim is made by one of the players. So
So apparently one can say that this could also be agreed draw because yes, we don't know because there are various two there are possibilities of going for different moves, and it's a Catalan opening, and it seems that the players are not really uh, interested in taking risk. I think towards the end there are two type of reactions by players. Sometimes some players really want to take risk, and if they are running for the first or second or third position, and some people who think that they could be comfortably getting into those positions or have no chance of getting into first, second, or third position, they often choose slower systems. And yeah, knight h5 is the main move. Bishop c1 is logical here because bishop e3 is a bit awkward. But even again, bishop e3, black just goes back knight f6, and bishop f4 could be one of the best moves. The problem here is knight c3 is a possibility, and one should know if pawn into pawn is possible for black because Now that b6 has been played,
Maybe knight
knight e5 and
d5 or knight d2.
knight d2 probably wins back the pawn. b6 has been played quite early, so dc4 is not a choice. Generally in Catalan, if b6 is not played, dc4 becomes an option. So white does have, okay, bishop d2 was played. No, so okay,
No,
bishop d2 was in the opening, yes.
yes, after g3, black played bishop b4 check, so bishop d2 is the most common reply, and after bishop b7, so the whole point of playing bishop b4 first is to induce a bishop d2 so that knight will not comfortably be developed to d2.
Yes, and knight c3, as I said, with black pawn on c6 and b7, dc4 could result into loss of a pawn for white. But after b6, I think in this position, instead of bishop b4, it is possible to play knight c3, in my opinion. But yes, I mean, players can decide to play quiet chess, simple chess, rather than complex chess, depending on the health issues or on the tournament position. Players make their own choice. Why is the international players? You must see that they're one of the best players in top. I mean, they are in top 16 in the world, and they have been playing for this world championship selection for the next world championship cycle. So I think yeah, this move, I think b6, yes, it's a standard move also. Perhaps dc4, is it dc4 a move here? No, after
No,
c6, no. After c6, no. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to take it, you could have taken it earlier and then a6 and b5. So here he has bishop f4 and knight h5. Was bb7
yeah.
possible for bishop f4? I think
No,
yes.
actually here b3 is one of the ways to
Yes.
play, so
Yeah.
that you support the c4 point, and you can also develop a4 later. Like one way is to play b3, black plays bishop b7, and white plays knight c3 next. Now c4 is guarded and you don't need to be uh, afraid of dc4 anymore, and you play e4 next move.
Yes, and I think there are lines with rook c8 and black playing c5 and sort of, yeah. So e4 probably, if not played now, black gets c5. So yeah, so e4. I think
Yeah.
a standard pawn structure where white does have some edge, I must say.
So white does have possibility to continue, but white played bishop f4 here, and black is happy with the draw. She plays knight h5. She also can divert with bishop b7. So both the sides have options not to play for the threefold repetition, but I think they both were happy with the draw and they decided to
Yes, I
play.
think so, because it's not a forced repetition like if you don't play this move, you're going to lose. But again, it's a choice, voluntary choice by them. So they decide to have a peace rather than a war.
So a result already, and now let's go to uh, Zujiner versus Vaishali. That was a game we were interested in because we were looking at various possibilities here, and Vaishali has not yet made a move. Just 1 hour 10 minutes on the clock. She has already thought for 20 minutes here. So maybe she thinks that this is a very important decision that she needs to take, and that's why she's spending so much time here.
I think indeed it is, because you either play knight e4 or you play bishop f5 knight e4. It's going to change the structure a bit because you're going to exchange the light color bishop, which is good as long as you get activity, and because you have less space at the moment, it's better to exchange pieces. At the same time, bishop on e2 is not a great piece, and exchanging that could be also a disadvantage. So both knight e4, and I wouldn't approve of moves like knight b d7 here, for example. I think it's not something that should be played. So probably knight e4 or bishop f5. Knight e4 was the idea of Samuel Reshevsky, actually, in fact, and it was particularly important, and then white had a pawn on f4, and one of famous games by Reshevsky in white bishop was already on d3 and pawn on f4, black played bishop f5 and taking bishop into f5, g into f5, and then the knight came to e4 and black won a nice game. So but that was with pawn on f4 for white. With pawn on f2, such a possibility doesn't make sense. So I think bishop f5, bishop d3, knight e4 is a possibility, and knight into knight, bishop into knight, bishop into bishop, rook into should be equal. Although in such positions, bg7 is a technically bad bishop. It's the most active piece again. So black is fine in my opinion, and because of the extra tempo black has. But yes, again, Benoni, one cannot say that black will be better in the sense, because you have played ed5, which means you have no weakness. For black, even if black gets some slight initiative to do something concrete is not very easy. Bishop g7 will be the only active piece attacking b2, so there's no other possibility of an initiative.
Right. If black, as you said, gets b5, then it's a good. It's also already a good break for black because it attacks the base of the pawn chain. And after b3, this diagonal will be further weakened. And black also has ideas like f5 in the Benoni.
Yes.
In this case, it's too early to play f5 although, and that's why it's good to bring our knight to some decent square like e5 or even c7 sometimes. However, after ed and ed, this is not the most standard Benoni structure that we
Yes.
see. Usually white takes on d5 with the c pawn. So yes, knight e4, a very good choice. We've been discussing this, and that is been Vaishali's choice in this game. Uh, Played by Peter Swidler against Nakamura in 2017. Even though here bishop f5 would be the most popular option.
Yeah, I think bishop f5 is probably more sensible in the sense the bishop doesn't have any square. For example, knight e4 is a good move, but after knight into knight, rook into knight, bishop d3 followed by h3, you still don't know what to do with your c8 bishop.
And that is what is going to happen in the game. Bishop d3 played, and after rook e8, rook e7 doesn't make much sense because we would like to develop our
Yeah.
queen to
Also,
f6.
bishop g5 leads to a permanent weakness after which you can never play bishop g4 and bishop into f3. So, yeah, I think h3 should be the sensible move here because a move like rook b1 planning to develop the bishop would probably be met with bishop g4, and that should be fine. After bishop g4, bishop into f3, white doesn't know what to do with the d3 bishop. It's well placed and it's going to remain there because there is no future. So probably to white would not be better after permitting bishop g. So h3 looks like a logical move, and then perhaps knight d7. Then you have bishop f4, then knight e5. Yeah, but h3, knight d7, bishop f4 attacking the d6. Your opponent could simply play knight e5, and
Or
yeah,
queen f6.
or queen, yeah, queen f6 attacks f4 and b2. So that's bishop f4 is not possible perhaps. So h3, knight d7, bishop g5 is a possibility, I think, just to make the things a bit awkward. And yeah, I think it's very slightly better for white, but I think because of the extra space, black will not fully equalize till black actually gets some initiative. b5 break, as we see, because of the pawn on c4, b5 break is very difficult, but once the c3 knight is exchanged, b5 break still becomes a possibility. But it would be counterproductive to put the knight on a6 here because there is no chance of c4 and knight c5, and knight on c7 doesn't really do much because the pawn on d5 and pawn on c4 prevent the knight from going anywhere. So basically knight c7 would not be counter attacking and would not also be guarding the d6 point, whereas knight d7, knight e5 could guard the d6 point against the attack with bishop f4. So generally knight d7 would be a good move, and white is, if given a chance, now if given a chance, if say white plays some move like rook b1, whether to play bishop g4 is also I think going to be important decision. But in my opinion, h3 is more in the spirit of the position if we believe in the strategy behind this opening accepted for almost 7 to 8 decades. So I think h3 and rook b1 probably, and white tries to. In the common thing for white to do in this is to exchange one rook and then go for a3 and b4 plan.
Wow, nice idea for white here. And let's see what will Zuziner play here. She's still thinking. She has not yet made up her mind whether to play h3, whether to play rook b1, whether to play bishop g5 even, because that was Nakamura's choice against Fiddler in 2017. Bishop g5 was met with bishop f6 by Swidler, and queen d2 was white's choice here. So interesting idea with bishop g5 as well.
Yes, very unlike Benani, but
Can we
yeah,
go queen
yeah,
b6
queen
here?
b6, rook b1. Yeah, I think
Maybe
it's
rook e1 is the
okay,
problem
immediately e8. Yes, I think
because
yes, yes,
black
yes.
has not
Yeah.
covered completed her development, and rook f8 would be very sad. So rook e1 is the most logical move, and after queen e1, bishop d7, even though we cover the e8 square, white is definitely better because the knight was supposed to come to d7.
Yes, and also although queen e7 doesn't really lead to anything after bishop f8, but a simple move like rook b1 is possible as well. So queen e7, queen e2
Even
probably. So
yes.
white gained a move because the bishop on f8 is not well placed, and bg7 back. Then perhaps well,
Rook bishop f4 even because b2 is not exactly hanging.
yes, that's true. And if white rook penetrates at this stage, the game will be over. So yeah, or maybe even any move such as even rook e1 or trying to develop. So
Even
it's
here, bishop f4 could be a good move
yes,
because queen b2 is not hanging because of rook b1 ideas.
yes. I think if white rook gets to b7 is going to be the end of the game. Also, d6 pawn could be lost. So bishop g5 has the idea of playing for kingside attack. Generally, exchanging the bishop f6 probably looks forced, and queen d2. So white wants to play. He wanted to play probably bishop. Yeah, he played queen d2, isn't it? Yeah,
Yes,
queen.
just wanted to show that this would be completely fine for black
Yes.
because we have exchanged two minor pieces now, and after rook e1, we take on e1, queen e1, and here even knight a6
Now,
is
yes,
possible
yeah.
because we have a square on g7 for our king, and the queen alone cannot checkmate the black king.
And this is actually preferable for black, although perhaps white can play correctly. But a very nice Bobby Fischer game in this structure, slightly different. Black pawn on c7 instead of c5, but not knight wasn't coming to c5. Knight eventually came to e5. But the weakness on d4, c3, b2 squares, Fischer was able to exploit, and he got an ending where both sides had a bishop, and black just walked in with king f6 and king e5 and king d4, and
Oh.
white just lost the game. One of the early games of Fischer where it came from king's Indian defense, black pawn on c7, but this bad bishop on d3, as we see, it had no future in that game, and here also that danger exists. Since there is only one file open, the remaining pair of rook also could get exchanged. So here we can say that white tries to exploit the undeveloped black pieces, the knight b8 and bishop c8, while giving away a fundamental advantage in the sense that bishop on d3 could be a bad piece in long run, and white is not doing anything to for that. But yes, there's some disadvantage with regard to development. Black doesn't know how to develop the queen side pieces, and although knight c7 is going to drive away the queen,
And also
and
rook b8.
yeah, rook b8 and bishop g4, bishop f5 are threats. So here certainly this position black has no problems.
So that's why bishop f6, bishop g5, bishop f6 is a good move.
Yeah, and he played queen d2 there, isn't it?
Yes, Nakamura went for queen d2 so that the queen doesn't come to f6 very easily, and
Yeah, and
after
if you
bishop
take, then the
g5.
knight is very strong because of weak f6. White is ready to play knight e4 and queen c3, and coupled with I don't know if f4 f5 you get, because black would be compelled to play knight on d7, blocking the bishop. So yeah, but two moves is a big time. You are not going to get knight e4 and queen c3. Yet bishop into f6 wouldn't be a correct move. I'm sure that was not played in the bishop into g5 wouldn't be a correct move. I'm sure that wasn't played. But let's see if this exact position has come. If the players are aware of this, even that is also because I'm sure Zhu Jainer is not prepared for a Benoni on this particular setup. What's the clock position?
She has 1 hour 25 minutes to Vaishali's 1 hour 8 minutes, but here after thinking for uh, oh, maybe there is a mistake with the clock position because here I saw that Zujiner did take time, and after bishop g5 her clock position shows 1 hour 27 minutes. So maybe there is a error with the clock timing that is being displayed, and after bishop g5, bishop f6 is the main move. Vaishali is still thinking.
So sometimes the space advantage has a lot to do, because although white succeeded, black succeeded in getting a piece exchange, and it's no longer cramped, and there's no threat of f4 and e5. But the space advantage does matter, and here the logical way for black is to take advantage of the knight b8 and bishop c8 by exchanging this bishop and queen d2. The advantage white has is better development. If should black succeed in completing the development, say if bishop g4 and knight d7 is possible, then probably it would be better. But bishop g4 has some problem immediately with queen f4. So after bishop f6, queen d2, you can't play the desired bishop g4 because of queen f4. It's immediate problem. So immediate loss probably, bishop into bishop, knight into bishop. So since the logical moves are unplayable, That is where the strategic challenges start. So BG5 was a great option by Nakamura, probably the only choice. H3 was probably more static, and this is more dynamic. And Nakamura is famous for his sharp and attacking play, normally aimed against opponent's king all the time.
Yes, and bishop f6 played on the board, replied with queen d2. So both the players aware of this game, and yeah, actually quite impressive that they both are choosing such good moves. And even Zujiner probably is playing very fast with only 3 minutes on the clock
Oh,
consumed so far.
okay.
And Vaishali's choices are more difficult, definitely, because she needs to find a good strategic decision in order to not suffer due to her poor development.
And also lack of space, lack of enough space. So a piece, for example, things are sometimes things are contrary to each other. Here, you should be happy to exchange pieces because you have less space. But then when you exchange, the opponent piece comes knight to g5 powerfully placed, and then you see where undeveloped and opponent starts an attack. So it's not always easy to meet all those things. If you on one hand you want to exchange pieces, on the other hand you want to develop the pieces. And in fact, what happened to the Nakamura Schwidler game? What was the result actually? Not to the moves, but what was the result? A draw
A
or
draw, a
a
draw in
draw?
2017.
Okay.
So queen d2 has been played, and it's Vaishali's turn to move.
Probably a not a standard Benoni position because the dark bishops aren't exchanged so quickly in this opening. And yeah, what could black do? Perhaps knight d7 looks like a possibility. And if white plays queen f4, then perhaps you exchange and you have knight e5. So knight b d7 looks like a logical possibility. And if bishop f4, then you play knight e5 anyway. So knight b d7, perhaps rook a e1, but then you are again preparing for knight e5. So I thought after knight bd7 there should not be a big disadvantage. White has sometimes plans with h3, bishop c2, bishop a4, but once black knight comes to e5 quickly, it's not easy. So I think after knight bd7, rook a e1 and knight e5, probably bishop into f6, then yeah, it's a complex position for sure. Knight f3 check is not a possibility then. So we can say knight bd, we can expect knight bd7. I don't see any other option there, and white would have some slight edge, not because of the space as such, but because of better development. In order to reduce the material and to get more space for the pieces, black had to play a move knight e4, exchanging a piece, a very standard move in Benoni, but it lost some time because bishop d3 was given, and the rook had to knight move twice, the rook moved twice, e8 to e4 and again back, and white got some slight advantage in the development. So sometimes one advantage is converted into other one. The uh, space advantage, which was very relevant with four minor pieces on the board, will not be very relevant with two minor pieces on the board. Yet bishop into g5 is unplayable because then white's pieces are well poised to attack the black king. So development, the most important thing in chess, even in modern chess and even in positional chess, the first thing is the safety of the king, the most important, and the second is the safety of your material because it's your army, and larger the army in normal circumstances you are going to win the game. And third, of course, activity of pieces. If you have army at headquarters and war taking place at a border, then obviously the headquarters army doesn't make sense. So activity of pieces, and that's why center control, and then where space comes into picture. So it's a lot of general points as we can see, and in fact, knight bd7, I don't see more other than knight bd7, bishop g4, as we discussed, seems to be very dangerous because of queen f4 attacking the f6 bishop and the g4 bishop, and if you take bishop into f3, then white gets bishop into f6. So bishop g4 is probably a bad move, and the bishop into g5 is a dubious move as well. King g7 is possible, but you just encourage bishop h6 check and go back king g8. So king g7 again looks artificial because you are again giving white a chance to play rook a e1. So it's not the space that is causing some slight trouble to black. Black is being unable to develop the position quickly. I think the general consideration of Benoni no longer apply because white is trying to play for development and kingside attack, always a great plan in any type of opening. So since bishop g4 fails and a move like king g7 doesn't make much sense because white wants to play rook a1. So I was just wondering if knight bd7 was fine, and if rook a1 then knight e5, trying to exchange a few pieces, and bishop into f6, queen into f6, and knight into e5, rook into e5. Again, you still have a problem with back row, so we don't know. Yes, even that variation is a bit complex. Knight bd7, rook a e1, knight e5, bishop f6, queen f6, knight e5, rook e5, rook e5, queen e5, rook e1. I was just wondering if the normal developing move knight bd7 is all that great, because rook a e, but that looks like the only move there for sure. And if rook a e1, then if knight e5 is yeah, it's knight e5 is possible, and then bishop into f6 is dangerous possibility, and you must take if you take knight into f3 check gf3, you lose a piece because the e8 rook is hanging. So you must take queen into f6, and then knight e5, rook e5, rook e5, queen e5. This position, for example, a bishop ending is almost winning for black, but here rook e1 and rook come into e8 check. And you know, we are in a middle game where if white gets rook e8 check, black will never be able to develop, and it's a big issue because black needs to play b6 and bb7 next, and this position must be a big advantage for white with a move like say h3, b6, queen e2, or g3 perhaps also. But
Yeah,
h3,
G4 is a very strong idea shown by the computer,
oh,
with the idea
oh,
to play
fantastic. Okay,
G5.
yes, yes, g5, and you will
Queen
have
d4.
only square on d4 then, and rook e4. The queen gets trapped, and if you don't move the queen, you move the queen somewhere at f3, then a queen c3 check. I think with white pawn on g5 it would be here, perhaps direct queen f3, again queen c3 check, or yeah,
Queen f3, queen f6, queen c3 check, king h6.
yeah, and
Sorry about
yeah,
my
so
fumbling.
yeah,
And maybe
yes, now it becomes suddenly a different g5 check isn't working, I think, but yeah, perhaps without queen c3 check, just bishop e2 was also a very awkward move. What did you plan
no,
for?
like I was thinking g5, we come back and play rook e3, or like rook e3
Since
here.
queen f4 is not playable, the queen has to run to
Oh,
I don't know,
oh,
but
the
queen has
engine
queen
doesn't like
g4,
it.
queen g4 check, and queen comes to d4, and I go back g7, king g7. So perhaps not g5 check, but not queen c3 check, but
But rook
perhaps
e4
rook
and
e4,
even bishop f5,
bishop
yes.
f5 or g5, or yeah, perhaps instead of g5 queen c3 check, I think was attacking the queen very strong instead of queen c3 check itself. For queen f3, if you played bishop e2 itself instead of this check, yeah, here itself if you played bishop e2, what are the options?
Actually, yes, that is a very valid point,
Yeah,
because
I looked at a variation queen f6, g5, queen d4, queen into queen, pawn into queen, and bishop g4.
yes, this is completely
And again, it's not the end
bad.
of it, because
No, but
bishop
bishop
g4, bishop
g4,
into g4, and rook into a8 and d3.
d3.
And yes, and I didn't, I'm finished my analysis.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this
So,
is unfortunately winning for black because
yeah, so
of.
bishop g4 will not be played, but then. So, yeah, but bishop g4 will not be played, and black is not very happy with that position. Black is bound to lose the d pawn. So, something like, yes, this is winning, but you don't play bishop
But we
g4. And
can play
yes,
c5 here, because
yes,
after takes
and d6 will be in a
d6.
piece. Yes, c5, and probably not the only move also. Something like king f1 will eventually king f1 bishop h3 check. So king f1 is not there. Yeah, but this position is anyway completely lost, because the d4 pawn is going to go if white doesn't blunder. Even I think f4 and king f2 is going to win. You must play b6 and bb7, which means I come. Even rook d8 is a possibility. Yeah, generally, no, this position is unplayable. So we'll not go for this. But I think there are some problems. Black has not yet tackled because of the lack of development, because knight d7, and I'm sure that Peter Schwedler did his homework great when he made a draw against Nakamura, because Nakamura is a very strong attacking player. And for Rook even perhaps it's time to exchange bishop into g5. That
Y-
might have happened, I don't know.
No,
uh,
she has not yet played her
yes,
move.
yeah,
Zujin are thinking for the first time in this game, but there seems to be an error with the clock transmission, because it shows only 1 hour 27 minutes for Zujiner, but in the player cam we have seen her thinking for
quite
quite
some
a
time,
bit.
at quite many moments. I mean, not since the
Yes.
first time she is thinking. She has been thinking, and perhaps our clocks are not correctly linked to the screen. I think the position, I'm sure, is the same, but clocks are not. Perhaps we can get this updated again correctly, or if we just go back to some other game and then come back, perhaps we will have a correct clock position. So it's perhaps time to see some other games then. So,
Yes, absolutely. Let's go to Lano versus Harika while I check the clock time with the arbiter. Uh,
yes, a pawn sacrifice by white, the d4 pawn. It's was a probably a very interesting choice. So I think it's not something which is very easy. Not going to be a dull draw because white has actually offered the d4 pawn, and the cost black will have to get a double pawn on d6, a very bad pawn structure. Let's
this
go. Let's
cannot be the live position. Sorry, I
yeah.
think there is a
Oh, okay.
error. So
Okay.
we can go to rook e5, short castle d4, bishop f6. Rook e1 was played. Black played rook to e8, and after bishop f4, rook e6, rook e2, rook. No, this is not. This is a error in transmission. There
Yeah, because
is rook e1 here
okay,
instead of rook
okay,
e2
okay,
and
okay.
queen e1, and this is the live position on
Yes,
the
and
board.
now bishop d4 is a risky option because there's bishop d6, knight e8 could be the choice, and knight d
But
e8 probably. Yeah.
we actually see a few moves have been made. If we can have a closer look at the player camps, so knight f5 was probably played,
Okay. See,
and
see, yeah, you don't need to
c3.
play. Yeah, but here knight f5 something is wrong. I think no knight
Bishop
f5.
c7 is
Queen e8,
possible.
queen e8 mate. So I thought knight e8 was. If you didn't want to take the d4 pawn and allow the bishop into d6
So I
structure,
think black played knight e8 or knight pawn g6. Knight e8
pawn
maybe,
g6, bishop into d6, you won't like it, I'm sure. So c3. Yeah, and it's
and
here you don't know whether to
g6,
play pawn
knight
on
d2,
d6 or d5. Yes,
knight
this.
g7.
Yeah.
Sorry, knight c3 d5 was played,
Yes.
and then knight d2.
C3 D5 is a bit
Sorry, one
committal, I
minute.
think.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to bring the live
Okay.
position.
Okay. Okay.
So I don't know what was the move order, that's why.
Okay. Okay.
And after knight f3, bishop f5. This is the live position, and after bishop is on, bishop is already on d3.
Yeah. So but then bishop cannot be on F5 then. So I think there's some error with live transmission
No, I
today, is it?
think knight g7, bishop
Okay.
d3, and
And
bishop
bishop
f5.
F5.
This is the
Okay.
position on the board.
Okay. So well, white has a possibility of getting a piece on E5. Not that it matters much. And yes, I think a comfortable game for black, and perhaps no risk position for white. And yeah, I think black is ready to play quickly. I mean, the rooks will be exchanged in the E line, then it becomes a very obvious draw. So knight e5 doesn't make any sense now because of possibility of bishop into e5 and different possibilities. You need to do something about this. And bishop e5, knight e5, queen d2. Say queen d2, queen d7 would run into knight e5. So queen d2 and rook e1 looks like a plan here, perhaps. Queen d2 if this is the position. Yeah, but it's quite a simple position. I think bishop into f5 has been taken. I think knight into f5. So probably queen d2 and queen d7, knight e5. Okay, queen d2. Yeah, so queen d2, c6, then rook e1. So if you play c6, then rook e1. Yeah, white is going to press a bit. I mean, it's not complete equality, but almost down to roughly equal position. Very simple choice by Lano. I think she wants to play with least risk and yet wants to keep some of her chances.
Absolutely. Let's go to Humpy's game now. We will come back to Lano's game. After Humpy played a3 in this position, bishop d3, bishop b7, queen c2, c5 was seen by us. And
Yes.
after short castle, black played knight to c6, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes back. So black is now left with these two hanging pawns in the center. And black plays a3, forcing the bishop to make a choice. Of course, bishop c3 doesn't look so great because of the open nature of the position and the pair of bishops will show their strength in open position. So bishop a5 is
Yes,
the
I think
most.
exactly because if white had not played DC5 and if white played A3, black would have gladly played bishop into C3 and then C4, and then black would try to push on the queen side. So now the bishop has to, I mean, the bishop is needed to guard C5. See, after bishop into C3, you have, I mean, it's big weakness. Even queen into C3 comes into picture attacking the, but yes, bishop into C3. So no point in giving up a bishop in such an open position. Bishop A5 and perhaps bishop at B6 could be possible. Rook C8. At this moment, white doesn't seem to have a reasonably good advantage, but yes, black has weaknesses, white doesn't have weakness. That's important thing. White is a bit cramped because you can see black for 2 pawns by black already in the fourth rank. This is a common thing. We have had some positions with hanging pawns as we discussed. So the pawns on d5 and c5 are called hanging pawns. They are generally good because they protect, they control the squares b4, c4, d4 and e4 in enemy camp. But when a pawn has to move, then the other pawn becomes weak and activity immediately stops. So general idea is to keep this pawn structure and push d5 to d4 at correct time, opening up the b7 bishop. And white's main challenge is to prevent black from getting d4 quickly. So bishop a5, rook c8, d4 is a plan. Very often white puts the rook on d1 in order to discourage d6, d4. If black gets d4, then the white king side gets a little weak. So after bishop a5, but it is certainly that black is trying to get a d4 advance, and which would open up the b7 bishop. At the moment, this position looks roughly equal. Black has more weaknesses, but black has more space, and white has probably um, long-term advantage in the sense if nothing happens out of black's activity, then white will be better because of the, should white succeed in getting rook fd1, rook ac1 and then uh, move the knight on c3 quickly, then the pawns come under fire. So it's some time white will need for that, and black will plan the activity with bishop b6, rook c8, d4 something. Yeah, or even with bishop on a5, d4 could be rook c8 and d4, trying to expose the white queen to black's rook. That could be a logical plan. So I think a complex position. It's not going to be a quiet game, surely.
Wow, very nicely summarized there, Praveenji. And also, you were asking me in the beginning of the stream whether I feel any difference between my 20s and 30s. Um Definitely, I think when I was, especially in my teens and early 20s, I remember my habits were not very good as a I mean, actually, it's very strange because when I was a child, I had very good habits. I used to only eat healthy food, sleep on time. And then once you become a chess player, somehow you get influenced by a lot of factors and you tend to sleep very late and wake up late as a result. And
But you
your
became world champion with that.
yeah, yeah, your routine simply goes haywire. And then I think until my early 20s, I did not feel the effect of these bad habits. But after 25, especially, I started to realize that it's not helping me. I remember one tournament very well, 2016 Aeroflot Open. Uh, we did not have access to good food during that tournament somehow. At least not the
Yes,
food
because
was not fresh.
and also it's very cold at that time in Moscow, so very
Yes.
often you can't really go out to your choice to select a restaurant of your choice. You have to probably be at hotel all the time.
Yes, so the hotel itself is built in such a way, the venue of the hotel, that we have a lot of restaurants inside the hotel, lot of shops as well. Actually, that hotel was built for the 1980 86 Olympics, and for the players, and so it has like more than I don't even know how many rooms it has, but it has 27 floors.
Okay,
And
Hotel Russia or
I think,
yeah,
well,
perhaps,
I
yeah,
don't
perhaps
remember.
could be, yeah.
Yes, I know so anyway, it is we had problems with food in that tournament, and actually at the end of the tournament, I remember on the last day, Arvind Chidambaram's mother, she invited us for lunch, and I remember I had food, Indian food, after like 11 days, and I realized I my problem in the tournament was that I was hungry. I didn't
Oh,
even realize it during the
okay.
tournament that I wasn't eating properly and it was
Okay, okay.
affecting my games. And
Oh.
only after I had a good lunch at in her room prepared by her. So Indians many times they carry small hot plate or a cooker, electric cooker with which they can cook food
Yeah,
in
yeah,
case
because
they
many of
don't
us are
get.
vegetarians. Yeah.
Exactly. Vegetarian food is a problem abroad. So I also used to do the same. But during this tournament, I didn't carry any cooker with me. And once I realized my food problems during that tournament, I sort of became more conscious. And now I'm more conscious about my sleep timings and diet and everything. So I think after a certain age, you have to make sure you have good habits. And it helps if you have those good habits since you were a child and during your teenage as well. You can sustain yourself longer.
Yes, I think in your teens and perhaps very early 20s, you can get away with anything. You are so
Yeah,
strong, your body is so strong. But
exactly.
beyond 25, you know, 25, 30, we are young, but at the same time, our body is not all that fit as it was at the age of 16 or 18, and you realize it. Okay, so you have got a more disciplined way of yes. But also, does it affect the vigor in your play? Sometimes I see that players in teens, because they don't know many things and they play, even if they make wrong moves, they are very confident of their play, and that's why they play a lot of vigorous moves. And as you accumulate knowledge, you come to know how much you don't know, and then somewhere the vigor is reduced. That was my personal experience. That every day I see when I study something new, I realize that what I didn't know, and then it affects my judgment. It's sometimes affects
Confidence.
your, yeah. It's like in the 20s, I was very confident of having chosen the best move, and if I was playing the same move, then I would probably say, okay, is there something else? Because I learned some things after that, obviously. So, does it affect the vigor and sort of aggressive ness, or perhaps I think a positive mind frame? Does it affect sometime?
I cannot say about confidence very strongly because actually I was always an underconfident person,
Oh,
less than what I should be.
okay.
And I worked on my confidence, especially in my 20s. So I cannot talk about the confidence part, but about the vigor, I think yes, because when you're trying to improve some aspect of your game, the other aspect goes down because you're not focusing too much on that. So let's say I had a problem with my positional play, which a lot of people pointed out to me, and I worked on my positional play. Automatically the focus on dynamics and attacking play reduced, and
Hmm.
so my strengths, because of which I was winning games, reduced, you know.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. It's
That is
because,
the problem.
yeah,
And
if you don't know something, you just play, and then you realize that what you played was not good. Then you're not going to play same thing again.
yes, and so that was an issue, and I feel you need to keep unlearning whatever you have learned so far in order to look at the position with fresh eyes and to develop as a player. It's not at all easy to fix all your weaknesses. So some things you need to accept. Ki chalo, this is a weakness in my play, and I'm ready to play with it. I'm ready to improve taking this weakness along with me rather than trying to fix everything. I think being a perfectionist is a can be a huge problem for improvement. You can.
Yes, I think so. Rather, not for improvement, a perfectionist can improve, can reach a correct evaluation of position, but may not do it in the time that is given for a game. So, yeah.
Exactly. So being a perfectionist actually works against your ability to improve in your sport, especially. And we need to just accept what are our strengths, what are our weaknesses. And even if we want to improve our weaknesses, I don't think we should stop working on our strengths. We should keep working on our
Yes,
strengths.
I think it's very important. Not every player has a style, and every player has some assets, natural assets, some things which a player is better than others at. At the same time, the player has some weaknesses which a player is worse than others, and you have to cover the weaknesses without losing your qualities, your assets. So that's a very difficult thing. And for trainers, you must ensure that while you are teaching something to your children, they don't lose their originality. Because the main duty of a trainer, as Dr. Emmanuel Lasker said, is to teach the pupils think independently. And if you are going to sort of give them information, asking them to play exactly the same moves, if you are giving them the exact moves to be played, then I think it could be a hindrance because exact position is not going to come. And it's a very common mistakes some of the teachers, chess teachers make. I have seen they normally teach openings without teaching the ideas behind the opening, and very often one slight difference and the child is not able to know because the strategic concepts are not known. So I think thinking independently is what to be developed either by a player or the trainer has to help the pupil into that, and that's one of the major aspects of life, I think, in the chess life, I must say.
Definitely, and also feel like different things work for different players. So I think one size fits all will never work for chess players or sports persons at least, because it's such a competitive field, and every, if you judge a fish by its ability to run, then it will. Then the problem lies with you and not with the fish.
Yes, that's very, very well said. I think you have to, in fact, even going to the fact of whether one could be better than others in chess, because as Botvinnik has said, very important thing in any sport and particularly chess is the character of the person. The person should have that natural, should develop that natural ability to try to perform better in a competitive field. Some players do not have that inclination trying to do better than others. So
Yeah.
such people cannot do well in any sport, and obviously that stands with chess as well. So sometimes child may be intelligent and well taught and well coached, but somewhere the vigor is missing because that's missing in the personality, not in the knowledge. So that's also a thing one has to take into account. At a young age, before 10, perhaps you can change your character, but by 10, 11, 12, I think it's very difficult to change the character then, in my opinion.
Wow, interesting discussion indeed. And we have reached a interesting position as well, because Nino did not choose to go back with bishop a5, which was something we completely expected, but d4 here, choosing to give up the bishop for the knight.
Yes, I think pawn into bishop is of course not playable here because of knight into pawn, and white is just in a bad position. So smash on f3 and smash on d3. But surely I said it's not going to be a dull position. It's going to be a very complex position, and it's I think we are seeing the complications too early compared to what I had said. When I said we are going to see a very complicated game, I thought it was after a few moves, but then the complications have started right there. So perhaps my prediction is coming too early.
So she plays d4, a strong move. What do you think are white's options? ab4 is ruled
Ruled
out
out.
because.
ED4 is forced in my opinion. Knight move, yes, knight A4 or such moves allowing a fracture on, yeah, knight A4 is a possibility, but pawn into pawn, then you take bishop into pawn, or bishop into D2, you take queen into D2. I don't know, looks very artificial because knight A4 is well placed to win the A5, C5 pawn. If you don't win that pawn, you regret placing the knight there. So ED4 is, I think, which will give some slight advantage because ED, CD, but again, you are faced with a rook and you move the knight, then you don't know where the bishop will move. Knight E4 perhaps. So ED, CD, knight E4. Probably white will have some advantage in this line because of if two pieces get exchanged, D4 is going to be weak and D4 is going to be really weak, I think. So perhaps ED, I don't think knight into D4 is possible because knight into D4 and you can take bishop into C3, but yeah, I think ED4, knight into D4, knight into D4, bishop into C3. I think it's some very weird complications are taking place, and that's why she has taken so much of time. So now is the ability to calculate the position at this stage that is going to matter, because this is the decision you make here is going to decide the game. So you already got a sort of decisive position in the game where your decision here on this particular move for white or the next move is going to make a considerable difference. I'm sure this is a position where Humpy will need to think 10-15 minutes. I don't know how much time she has already taken. Has she made a move? No, she's thinking,
No,
of course.
she
Yeah,
is still.
I think no experienced player will make a move immediately. I think one will have to think at least for 10 minutes, 15 minutes here because it's a wild position. In fact, complications too early, more earlier than they expected. Direct knight e4 has some problem, perhaps. Even direct knight e4 also comes into consideration, I thought. It's not very clear if black is actually equalizing. Surely when she played d4, she's intending something for knight e4 or pawn into pawn, knight e4. Surely ab5, ab4 is ruled out for white, but other options such as ed or knight e4 or knight a4 all exist. I thought knight a4, knight e4 was a simple option also possible for white, just direct without taking. So you maintain the weak c5 for your opponent, and now bishop into d2 is possible. If you take with the queen, then you are not really attacking the c5 point. If you take with the knight, it's not good. So yeah,
Actually, here I was wondering, the simplest move I would say is e takes pawn, because if you take back with the pawn, which is almost forced, I mean, you can also take with the knight, but then I take, you take, and then I take the bishop, and now knight b4 doesn't exist.
yes, and after taking the knight, you have no compensation. Queen d5 only threatens a mate on one move, but it's no compensation. Queen d5, you have to play one forced move f3. Yes, you get joy of compelling the opponent to make one move, but this is just lost position for black.
Because we have an extra pawn as white and wonderful pair of bishops. So
And a7 is very weak as well. White is going to play b5. No, this is unplayable. So surely for d4, ed4, and black has to play cd4 in case of ed4. And
exactly.
yeah, so
So
whether is important is better for white to allow access to the bishop back, like knight e4. Now I have a bishop e7 as an option, which I didn't have. And yeah, but okay, I lose a pawn on h7. Yeah, so knight.
So basically now black has an isolated pawn on d4, whereas here she had hanging pawns. So that is also a change in the positional nature of the position, that hanging pawns actually could have given her more active chances than an isolated pawn on d4. However, after knight e4, as you point out, black has the option of going back, and she can also take.
Yeah, going bishop e7 means you are sacrificing the h7 pawn. So if there is no compensation, because I don't see much after king h8 and bishop e4 or something, I don't really see compensation here.
So
So you must
that's
take then d2 then, yeah.
That's why bishop takes d2, one of the only moves actually in this position. And after we take back with the knight, we preserve more pieces, and now we pressurize the d4 pawn with rook d1. This is an idea. Another idea is to take with the queen, but this might be okay for black, because she can exchange one more minor piece, and but even here bishop c6
Something like queen
is a
b6 or queen
threat.
f, something like queen b6 or queen f6. I think you can't really. I mean, if you take on, yeah, if you take on c6, I take on c6, and you take with queen d4, you must take knight d4 is probably risky because of, yeah. So this ending,
Even
although
this is more definitely more pleasant for white, because
yeah,
she's a pawner.
obviously white has a chance to win, but yeah, and also knight into d4 was not to be ruled out because rook d, yeah, knight into d4 I think should be ruled out because rook d8 there, bishop into c, knight d4, rook d8 is rook a d8, no, and if rook d1 then bishop a4, so probably we can rule out this, isn't it? Yeah, so yeah, but
Yeah, I mean, this is you can play bishop b3, but
yeah, bishop
it's
b3 and I don't know, rook b1
like
and
just this
rook b1, rook d4 and
combination,
queen c3, or even okay, direct, okay, yeah. No, rook, yeah, you
or queen
yeah,
b2.
I think queen c3, yeah,
Queen
queen c3 is fine
b3
because
is also.
for rook b8 you must play rook b3. So I played queen c3. If queen b2, then rook b8 will come. So queen c3, and if rook b8, we take rook into b3 and we win the d4. And yet we still lose the a3 pawn.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, it's yeah,
actually working in black's favor.
but also a draw, I think, is also. But yes, it's working in black's favor. So
So that's why
knight d4 is
knight,
not possible, only queen d4. So knight
and
d2.
also knight e d2 a much stronger move, because we save the possibility of keeping three minor pieces on the board, which will attack the d4 pawn even further.
Yeah, and the f6 knight is not in a position to support d4, but the d2 knight is in a position to attack in one move. So knight b3 comes in a one move, where the threat will be also knight c5. And if you had exchanged the e4 knight and f6 knight, then the only one minor piece attacking d4. But now you will have two minor pieces attacking d4 and only one minor piece guarding it. So that's also a very relevant factor. The position of pieces is also important. The strength of knights is the same, but if the d4 is the target, then knight on d2 is a well placed piece to attack it. Knight on f6 is not well placed to defend d4, although it's well placed otherwise. But
It's just well placed, but not to defend.
yeah, yeah.
And after d4, white is still thinking she has not yet taken on d4, but we can expect Humpy to take on d4 and play knight e4 and go for this position.
Yes, I
So
think perhaps D4. I'm not sure, but D4 could be a bit premature. But she has chosen. I think
what would
maybe.
you say is Humpy's strength as a player, Praveenji? She has been at the top for the past 20 years, right since she became a grandmaster, and she's still able to sustain herself so consistently. And uh, she is not the kind of player who will go for direct attack or aggressive lines. What do you think are her strengths?
Yes, I think she has got a very subtle sense of positional play. I must first quote what the great Anatoly Karpov said about her, because there's a match between Humpy and Karpov in 2006 when Humpy was very young and Karpov was still a active and strong player. A rapid match where Humpy defeated Karpov 2-0 with black pieces also. And after the match, Karpov in the interview, he said it was in New In Chess and other magazines. So that she has got a great sense of positional play. So I think that's very important. And even when she beat me when she was only 13, and there, it was a very complex game where she didn't play aggressively. She played simple openings, the C4. But again, the positional play has to be supported with accuracy and calculations. She may not play aggressively, but she plays correctly, which is very much required for a positional player. If positional player is not accurate, then positional player ends up neither getting kingside attack nor getting any material. So I think a positional player always has a great strength as accuracy in tactics, and I'm sure that she will be able to find out. Sometimes in time trouble, I think that's the only drawback she has. Perhaps is in time trouble she misses out things, but she avoids getting. But otherwise, she judges the position and also the slight, minute differences in positions where when a piece is placed at wrong position, she says this position is now good for me because this piece is not well, and that sort. And I'm not talking of Humpy today. I'm talking of Humpy in her teens when she had that absolute sense of accuracy unless there was dangerous initiative for the opponent against her king. So that could be one of the reasons for this d4 choice, that black hopes to get some attack by opening the b7 bishop, against which she is not at her best. So I think the choice for d4 looks like, okay, first create complications, area where Humpy is not definitely much better than me, and a slow positional game, yes, probably black feels that yes, here is someone who is much better than me. Again, I think that could be a factor. We must ask black the reason for d4.
And I would love to share a fun fact with you, which will definitely surprise you about Humpy, that she has not read many chess books, in fact. And I asked her which was her favorite chess book only recently during one of our camps for the Olympiad team. And she mentioned that maybe My System by
Nimzovich.
Nimzovich, which is considered a classic. But even that book she had not read herself, but her father, who was her trainer, had explained to her as a child the main concepts of the book. But she herself has not read many chess books, which was a complete surprise to me because she's not from the computer generation as such. Nowadays kids, if they haven't read a chess book, I can completely imagine it. But for a player of her generation, from the 90s and early 2000s, to not have read many chess books and developed her game completely on her understanding and her trainer's understanding. Her father was her main coach.
Yes, her father was a good player. Once he almost qualified to National A. That's the top 20 in the country. He almost qualified. In last round, he lost. And he was a good player, and he has that strategic base. He is also, I mean, he doesn't have that idea of a flashy combinative play. He has got that good strategic base. My system probably was studied by himself as a child, and I'm sure that he has seen to it that she's positionally very strong.
Yeah, definitely. So, wonderful inspiration for all the girls in India and all over the world. Koneru Humpy, and hugely supported by her parents. Her father, her main trainer, and her parents used to often accompany her for all the tournaments. I've seen her mother as well accompany her for many tournaments, even today, actually.
Yes, in fact, one of the facts which I think the viewers must know is the strategically sound player stays there at the top for decades, and tactically strong or active player, perhaps who is not strategically good, stays there only for years. So I think that's the
Oh.
difference. The players who were world champions for decades, and they had a very strong strategic base coupled with other qualities. Other qualities, yes, mathematical ability, accuracy, vigor, everything is required, but a strong strategic base where you clearly understand that this is unplayable because this is not good. And there are some players at the top, sometimes they do not know that this is not good, and then when playing against the world champion at the top level, they find that they did not get into a good position. So strategic base is important, and that was, I mean, she learned it from her father. So you're learning something at home has a greater advantage. I think you spend more hours with your parents than a trainer. So I think probably she has worked hard as a child, father has worked hard as a child, and she's still reaping the fruits of her labor 25 years back. So that's great to sustain that with all those new computer and other things coming up. I don't think she takes a lot of Indian help also in her preparation, I'm sure, because her style is very simple that way. She goes for a clear cut plan, which is not very clear to others.
Yes, and actually, a player's style reflects in their game, like their style as a person reflects in their game, and vice versa. Humpy is very simple as a person as well, and that reflects very simple, straightforward, and confident, and that reflects in her game as well, and also, of course, very sharp. So she's able to spot. The most accurate moves in every position. Let's also share that Lano and Harika have already drawn their game. So we saw the game till here after bishop f5,
Yes.
and after bishop takes, knight takes on f5, white continued queen to e2. It's a symmetrical pawn structure, so not much scope for either side to play for a win. And
C6 probably.
c6 was played by black, rook e1, knight g7, back with the idea to go knight e6 if required, bishop e5, and knight e6 was played, bishop f6, bishop f6, queen f6, and knight e5 by white. All of these moves have already been played, including the Carlsen versus Anand games that you mentioned. This was the position that they reached in that game as well. So rook e8 by Harika, followed by knight g4 by Lano, queen to d8, an accurate move with the idea to go back knight g7, now queen e5, knight g7, and followed by queen e8. And here it's important to take with the knight, and after rook e8, actually queen e8 would lose because of knight f6 check, and knight takes e8, so it's important to take with the knight, rook takes, queen takes, and knight f6 check. All of this has already been played. um,
Yeah,
Sorry.
and viewers point out that it's not possible to play knight f6 check before
Yes,
instead of queen e8 because of the queen sacrifice, queen into f6, and queen into f6. White is the queen up, but white gets checkmated.
checkmated.
So yeah, this is the game between yes, Carlsen and Anand, and
And after, instead of queen f6, if white takes, then we simply play king to g7 because the knight has moved. So these tactics don't work, but knight g7 followed by queen e8, knight takes, and this is a drawn endgame, equal endgame, because queen e8, knight f6, king f8, knight takes, king takes, and we see that both the sides have symmetrical pawn structures, due to which it's impossible to win unless there is a blunder.
yes,
And
even blunder looks unlikely here because in equal pawns it's possible to lose by blunder, but here there is no entry problem because the 7 pawns, and probably there will be no entry point itself. White king will not be able to get to any position of black. I think a very obvious draw here for sure, but yes, I think a comfortable game for Harika, and probably I don't know if the clock position, if they really remembered the game, or I mean, they were just looking for some improvement over the board. It doesn't look like that they tried to improve over this game earlier. So it's probably a test of, do you know this game or
memory,
something of that
test
sort?
of
Yes,
memory.
yeah, yeah.
Chess is often a test of memory. This is the final position in Harika versus Lano. Harika was black, and a good result for Harika. And Lano probably also satisfied with a draw in this game because of her opening choice and subsequent play. Definitely, chess is sometimes a test of memory rather than understanding, isn't it?
Yes, exact moves perhaps 10%, but also patterns, yes, because if you don't know some specific patterns, or if you are able to combination patterns, for example, some players are very good at solving puzzles, white to play and win or black to play and win. When the position comes on the board, they are not able to do. So it's a remembering and spotting that pattern at that time that's important, the pattern that's known to us. And as Botvinnik has said, that at a higher level, players play only by memory, but the patterns. I mean, there's not much scope to find out new ideas because they know almost everything. Of course, players like Karpov have found some fantastic ideas over the board which had not been found in Carlsen, and every world champion has found something new, but they often carry 90% or 95% of what they have learned from their predecessors. That's very important. Without remembering what your predecessors did, I think it's not easy to be successful.
Wow, wonderful advice there, Praveenji. And let's have a look at how Zujanar and Vaishali are doing now that two games are already over. Both of them have ended in a draw. Polina Shuvalova drew against Alexandra Goryachkina within 10 minutes, 10 minutes of
Yes,
start of the game. And after Lano and Harika reached this end game in the Berlin defense, they also decided to accept a draw. Also, 30 moves have just been completed after King E7, so one of the players offered a draw, which was accepted. And now we see Zujanar versus Vaishali on the screen. So let's have the player cams as well of Vaishali and Zu. And here,
I
uh,
think black seems to have solved all the problems. So somewhere white has not played vigorously enough, in my opinion.
yeah, and by the way, I did check with the arbiter that the clock times are correct. Zujanar, in fact, was playing very fast. She had only taken 3 minutes up till here, and after
Okay, then
h4,
yeah.
she
Was
took
h4? I mean, I thought rook even could be a more accurate move, but okay, h4.
h4 by Zujanar, also played quickly within a span of 3 minutes, and Vaishali replies with b5.
Mm.
Let's have a look at Vaishali's time. She is down to 51 minutes after 15 moves to Zujanar's 1 hour 24 minutes.
How much time did she take for this specific move?
7 minutes only.
Okay, so rook a1 and cb5 are the two possibilities which she has analyzed well. I don't know. I mean, rook a1 looks like a more logical way of playing, and uh, yes, it's not very obvious that black is comfortable. B5 could be, by playing b5, if you play b into c4, you are opening up the bishop eventually. So you don't know white bishop which didn't have good squares, now could have a square on b5 where it could affect black's occupying the e8 square, the rooks. So it's a very committal decision b5, but 7 minutes obviously that means while playing knight bd7 she made this choice, and rook a1, somehow I tend to believe that rook a1 is the strongest move. I don't know if cb5 was played. Let's see what was actually played here.
No, white chose the move b3, maintaining her pawn chain on c4 and
Oh.
d5. However, I am curious about cb5. I've often been taught that the first move that you need to calculate in any position is a capture.
Yes, and also
So,
when it is a free capture.
also, if it's
Yeah,
free, why not take the pawn? So,
yeah.
what happens if white takes?
Yeah, I thought the proper way was to start attacking the d5 point. So bb7 suggests itself here.
Bishop b7, and now bishop c4 will be met with the wonderful bishop takes probably first,
Yes,
and then after h takes we can play knight b6.
and b3 I think is with the idea of a4 and
Oh,
uh,
this
a5. So that's queen d is does queen d. I mean, you're not going to be able to attack d5 for the third time, where I can always guard the pawn with the third time. And once I've saved the pawn, then I'm much better. So here, yeah. So cb, if not knight b6 or bb7, then let's see what does she wanted to do. Although I think there's not enough compensation that way, but bb7, if you don't play, then direct knight b6, stopping bishop c4. But I'm very worried about keeping the king side loose. With the bishop on c8, I don't want to play knight b6 here, and I feel I'm really afraid of the bishop on f6 and rook on e8. All knight b6, yeah, rook a e1 or something, and if white gets strong attack because of that. So I don't really know. I'm not even sure of the capture, but I thought rook a e1 was very strong in the spirit of rather than b3, which actually is not required because you don't need to capture on c4 with pawn, maintaining the keeping the bishop bad.
And I also have a question if black can play like Benko style, giving up the pawn for free but getting the open files in return on the queen side.
Yes,
Was
but I think
this
yeah, the rooks are not going
black's
to come.
idea?
In Benko Gambit, the most important thing is d6 is not weak. Black queen on is on e7, and the bishop on g7 is survives. Here, those things are not going to happen. So white just remains a healthy pawn up. I think b3 or any move probably, and even white can start for some attack as well. King side attack with rook e1 or such moves. Yeah, but you have queen a8, queen a5. Yeah, the endgames surprisingly in Benoni endgames are quite good even if you are materially down. So maybe b3 is not the best move. I should try to penetrate at the 8 rank. Rook a even comes into consideration if you can take rook into a2 there. Um, yeah, perhaps I don't know rook into a2 if it's possible.
Rook
Take,
takes, and rook a2, and
yes, and
now
if white doesn't have attack against the black king, then black is better. So a6. I don't know a6 perhaps. There's also a possibility. I don't need to capture that. Yeah. So cb5 a6. Perhaps I could go rook a1 or perhaps I could go a4. a6 a4 is also a possibility. And somehow I'm not very convinced of the soundness. Even b into a6 I thought wasn't. Even do I need? Yeah, ab5 is bad. Perhaps bb5, and my bishop is very strong. So this position somehow a6 looks risky. The move chosen b3. I don't. There must be some reason. It will be interesting to ask the players
after the game.
after the game what was wrong with cb5 or rook a1, because I don't think you need to guard the c4 point, and you don't need to capture by with the pawn by itself, because pawn on c4 is a easier target. Say if all major pieces get exchanged, then knight b6 and bishop a6 wins a pawn on c4. So b3 is not a great choice in my opinion.
And
So
how about bishop takes, pawn takes, and knight e5 now, attacking the bishop and the knight. So
yeah,
you must take.
yeah.
And after rook e5, I attack
Yes,
d5 as well as
I was wondering
g5.
if I play f4 and do I benefit after rook into d5, because there's a possibility of bishop e4 sometimes. So queen moves something, queen c2 or queen c2 you pin me with bishop f5. So maybe queen
Sorry, pin.
uh, uh, oh yeah, the bishop on d3 gets pinned with black playing bishop f5, no? So I don't have chance. I mean, I don't really play bishop I don't gain anything by bishop e4 because I'm not threatening. Uh, what I mean
So
is
you
that
want to play queen e3
queen
or queen
e3,
e2?
e2, something of that sort. Am I winning some material in
But I
this?
can always play at least bishop g4 here.
Okay, okay, so perhaps queen e3, I don't know, but yeah, maybe directly queen e3. So am I going to get a powerful game with bishop e4 or bishop c4? I don't know, bishop
How about
f5,
bishop f5?
probably bishop c4 and your rook d4. So I don't know, it's still something very strong
I
for,
think this was
yeah,
Vaishali's idea. If I
yeah,
know her well enough,
okay, so
then
cb5, she wants to play bishop g5. How about simple knight into g5, which I mean, I actually doubt h4 move at all. I mean, I thought knight into g5 was always good also. If I save the pawn, it doesn't make any sense. Bishop c4, you take queen into g5, and f4 you go queen h6, is it? Probably. Because I don't like rook into g5 for you. Rook into g5, but threatens bishop h3 also, yeah. So, uh, so I'm sure that,
definitely, I think here bishop g5 was definitely black's idea after c into takes. So we must ask the players after the game. And if knight g5, I think even knight e5 here, or because rook e5 would be awkward. I mean, even queen f4, is queen f4 possible? Yes. But even this would also be a possibility. But here knight e5 also looks good. And after, let's say, bishop moves to
I think you
e4,
should, I
we
think,
have
yeah,
f5, and
I think one should allow knight into d3 here because knight on g5 is not badly placed.
but
So,
then it looks like good compensation for black, because for example knight e4 is impossible
yeah,
because of queen h4 and
you will
knight
have to
g4.
probably clear the e file first. And black is not going to play nd3 so easily. That's the problem.
No, this looks pretty decent compensation for black. I at least I don't mind playing this position, and maybe this was black's idea after b5. So white played b3 here, which is a surprise. You were suggesting rook to e1. Let's see how the game progressed, and we
Yeah,
can come
first,
back
yeah.
to
Yeah.
the position.
Somehow b3 is, I think, a move that should be questioned because you're giving time. Black didn't have a square for the bishop c8 to develop. Black is making a move which will plan for development, and you're making a move which is not trying to improve your piece position. So I think b3 is not a right move in my opinion for sure.
So b3 played, and after pawn takes bishop a6, white played rook to e1. So she has come to the e file and occupied it and challenged the rook on e8, and now black is still thinking black can play queen c7 because now her development is complete and the rooks are connected.
Yeah, but again, queen belongs to king side in my opinion. So I don't know if it's a good subtle idea to because bishop a6. I'm not sure it's a correct position for the bishop because in endgame, for example, if the pieces got exchanged and you play bishop a6 and knight b6, in middle game you are not in a position to do that in my opinion. So bishop a6 itself is I'm not very comfortable. Perhaps.
How about a move like knight e5
Yes, I think
exchanging?
more logical move and exchanging a few pieces. I think black is out of danger here for sure.
Yes, because black's problem is that she has less space, and when you have less space, you try to exchange pieces. That is one of the themes of positional chess. If you have more space, you try to keep more pieces on the board and create problems for black's cramped position, because your opponent with less space will struggle to find good squares for all of his pieces.
And white has to justify for the existence of a d3 bishop which does nothing. So, it's, I don't know if b3 and bc, but she chose bishop a6. I don't know, it justifies the bad bishop on d3, isn't it? I mean, it was probably she could have used the time to do something actively. Bishop a6 seems to be a very slow move. I think they're playing vigorous moves, but once in a while they play a move which is not so vigorous. I think I must point out that one of the greatest players in this matter is Nakamura, because when he starts playing a vigorous move, vigorous variation, he keeps on following it with equal vigor, and there is no chance of the opponent defending. What I liked about some players like Nakamura or for example Tal or Alekhine, that once they got the initiative, they never give opponents a chance to defend. And some of the best games, Anand and Kasparov also, like when they got initiative and opponent needed only one move, then they didn't allow the opponent to make a move. And at Indian level, even Shashi Kiran, if you give him a position where he has to find the most accurate move, which gives advantage, and all other moves he's able to find 5, 6 or 10 such moves. In one of my games, I also had the pleasure, I was playing against Nigel Short, and if I gave him one move to defend, it would have ended in a draw. But somehow I didn't give him that move, and I was able to win. So sometimes you need to play vigorously enough, and I think bishop a6 is not that sort. White should, and queen c7, white should get some advantage on the king side. Now bishop a6, rook a1, I'm not happy. Yeah, knight e5 looked
Would
very
have been the more
logical.
accurate move, and
Yes.
bishop a6 is a move you don't like
Approve
very
of at all,
much.
because I'm sure you're not going to play knight b6 and take. You're not hoping to win that, leaving your king side open. Say rook a1, and you have to justify with queen f4 to come soon.
Yes, let's just show that bishop a6, the bishop is not well placed on the queen side. We need
Till the initiative is not really. For example, if it's bishop and knight ending, it's very well placed. So you play knight to b6 and knight d2, you win a pawn in knight into d5. So it's just bishop and knight ending. It's winning actually. Bishop a6, you play knight b6 and you win the d5 pawn or the c4 pawn. But with all those pieces and with the king alive, king on the board, I think it's not a wise decision. I think rook a1 probably is stronger than queen f4. Queen f4 is premature perhaps, but it's also yeah, because queen f4 uses take bg5. I think rook a1. I prefer white after bishop a6, rook a1.
all right. So bishop a6, rook a1, queen c7. We will have a look at how the players continue after returning from a short break. Do stay with us. We will have the player stats and maybe some interviews being played out during the break. So do have a look. See you soon.
Was between Alexandra Goryachkina and Harika Dronavali. The game finished with Mrs. Goryachkina's victory. Alexandra, how do you feel?
Здравствуйте. 9-й тур закончился. Последняя партия игралась Александрой Горячкиной против Харики Дронавали. Партия закончилась победой Александры Горячкиной. Какие ваши ощущения, какие у вас послевкусие, так скажем, после партии?
В целом мне нравилось, как идет партия после вчерашнего не супер удачного игрового дня. Мне нравилась позицию, которую я получила с дебюта. В целом от меня каких-то глобальных мыслей не требовалось, а зевнуть в такой позиции почти ничего невозможно.
She liked her position after the debut, and most of all after yesterday's not so lucky games. So she says that everything is okay with this game, and the game should be finished like that. Just she need to be concentrate and do not be a blender.
Exactly, you mentioned that game yesterday. Yesterday was a game where you had a very lucky escape in the end, and it was a draw. Now you won. How do you manage these emotions, these big ups and downs personally?
Очень интересная получилась партия вчера, когда вы спасли фактически партию, и очень такая интересная была, как качели партия, то шла таким переменным успехом. И как вы считаете, что можете сказать, прокомментировать вчерашнюю партию тоже?
So emotionally, how does she feel these ups and downs going?
Мысли, эмоции больше.
Но она не шла там качелями, она шла как-то, меня давили, и в целом после контроля, после хода ферзь бьет d4, они ладья d4, там уже, я собиралась просто сдаться без двух пешек, эндшпиль, как бы никаких шансов. А она начала что-то выдумывать, в целом там позиция выигрывалась как угодно, но за доской, уже было не так очевидно, белым приходилось бы делать какие-то ответственные ходы, а когда ты устал и, казалось бы, уже абсолютно выиграно, не так легко.
Yesterday, the one moment she says that if her opponent is playing with the correct move, she just planning to resign the game, but after she gave some chance, and she thinks that her opponent had a lot of different variation how to win this game, but when you play near the board it's not so simple, and when she got some chance she tried her best to save this position in this game, and her opponent have a very good possibility to win the game exactly, but finally she have.
But how did she emotionally feel about these things? These are big emotional swings up and down. How does she manage that?
Как вы справились с эмоциями? Была трудная партия, и было не так трудно защищать такую позицию.
Да, в целом-то защищала-то я ее как раз-таки плохо, а в конце, я уже говорю, для меня это уже было, просто позиция, там от меня ничего не зависело, не как партия, а как, просто позиция на тактику. В целом я в конечной позиции выигрыш-то видела.
Yeah, she says that she know how her opponent can win, but it means that she just try to do their best, so did their best, yes.
Okay. One more thing, I've read in the comments online to many interviews, Ms. Goryachkina, that people describe her as an ice queen, as someone who's very sharp and ice queen. Does she agree with those comments, or does she think they're not fair?
Были много комментариев, что вы играете партии очень так и можете защищаться хорошо и жестко, и так хладнокровно в большей степени. Вы согласны с этим, что вы можете любую позицию играть хладнокровно и до конца?
Не могу сказать, что хладнокровно, но до конца, да.
She always ready to play the game till the end and try to do her best in any game.
Well, thank you very much for your time and good luck with the rest of the games.
Удачи, большое спасибо за интервью, удачи в оставшихся партиях.
Спасибо.
Nino Batsiashvili joining us after her win in the round 9 game against. Sorry, we need to start again. Shuvalova. Sorry. Okay. Nino Batsiashvili joining us after her 9-round win game against Polina Shuvalova. This is your first victory after 9 rounds for you. It's 7 because you had 2 free days. How does it feel?
Okay, after yesterday lost, I want just to play some game for win, and I don't know, I am happy, but to win this one game of this tournament, I don't know.
There's been a lot of ups and downs in your games. You've achieved advantages, then you suddenly dropped them. Yesterday you were winning, then you lost. Can you tell us more? Like, what's your assessment of that?
Yesterday's game, yeah? Yesterday game after 97, and then she played, I think, bishop d1, knight c5. I was just pawn up and I have very big advantage. But after I just missed this c5 and everything, and the position was equal or unclear. And in one moment, also I have some winning chances, but in the end she played very well and she won.
But overall, you seem to be having these huge swings in your games that you create an advantage, then you drop it. How do you explain that, or how do you comment on that?
I don't know. Yesterday I was in very bad shape. I think I'm missing in my calculations.
Overall, this tournament is going to have 2 more games to play. How do you feel ahead of these 2 games? Are you going to prepare even more? Are you optimistic now more? Or are you going to take it in the same pace as you did until now?
Okay, 2 more games, but I have some chances for take first or second places. So I just want to play and finish this tournament.
But, okay, now you said it. You have no chances. Like, often a chess player finds himself in this position that they are not in the race for the top places or for the prize or anything, but yet they have to play. Does that mean that a player is usually less likely to be eager and determined to play or motivated to play, or is the motivation the same as if you were playing for the first or second place?
No, motivation motivation is not same, but okay, you are chess player and you should do your job, and okay, nobody wants to lose the game, and you do everything just not lose game and just not lose a lot points.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations once again on your victory, and we wish you more success in the coming days. First game of round 9 to finish was a game between Vaishali and Nano. It was a draw. Nano, would you take us through the game from your perspective?
Yeah, in the beginning I thought, okay, I gave the bishop, but I have good development, so I like my position. But I'm not sure with the move f5, because after f5 I got some weaknesses on the king side, and I don't know, I think white has easier play than black there. So yeah, I got, after some moves, I don't know, I got, I think, unpleasant position. And then I decided to exchange the pieces, and in the last position somewhere, I felt pressure because I was very low in time, and also my position wasn't that good. But yeah, finally I think Bibisara missed this rook d1 after knight e6. And after rook d1 and exchange this one pair rooks, I think position must be equal.
All right, Risara, what's your comment on this?
I have an easy plan after opening because I need to play d4 somehow. Black don't have any plans, they need just stay or wait what will do by white. But after I have some advantage, but I think somewhere I played not the best way. After h4, d4, I have bishop c6, but after queen d6 I'm not sure. Maybe I have a little bit more pleasant position, but okay. It's, I think, equal game.
And the draw was okay. All right, we're 9 rounds in, just 2 more rounds to go. Nana, you've been struggling in this tournament. What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, it's really not easy for me to play here somehow. And I mean, after the tournament, I will do some comments about it.
All right. What's your plan for the remaining 2 rounds?
Actually, I have only 1 round.
Yes, you have a free day. Sorry, it's just difficult to get everything. Yes, so what's your plan?
I mean, just play chess, 1 game, so that's it. Nothing special. Maybe tomorrow actually, I have a big plans.
Go out, maybe?
Yeah, because chess is not going well, so maybe I go outside and see some.
See a bit of New Delhi. Yes. Great. Vaishali, for you, it's a different story. You're even with this draw, I think you're still a leader, even if Goryachkina wins. How do you feel about that? I mean, obviously you're pleased, but is it a lot of pressure? to be in the sole lead for so long? How do you deal with that?
Tomorrow I also have a finally free day. I have one free day before the tournament because I have Abdul Malik in the first round and I played 8 games in a row. I am a little bit tired and tomorrow I need have some rest.
All right, that's good. Well, thank you both very much, and hopefully enjoy the city a bit and see it. Thank you and good luck.
Welcome back after the break. I hope you enjoyed having a look at the interviews and listening to what Goryachkina and Nino had to say about their beautiful games yesterday.
Yes, and I think welcome all. I think although two games have ended in draws, which is not very exciting, but the other two are really into very sharp positions, and I'm sure you are going to see some very great tactical battles on these boards. So let's see the boards and yeah, we'll come to the Humpy's board. A lot of not many moves have been played, but a lot of important things have happened in this.
Yes, after d4, Humpy's choice. Humpy had 1 hour 10 minutes on the clock here after 12 moves, and Humpy chooses knight e4 after a thought of 11 minutes. And black goes knight takes e4. She took only 3 minutes here to play knight e4, and after bishop takes, bishop into d2, knight d2, all of this is forced, and h6 on the board. White plays knight to b3, and now we see a problem with the c5 pawn in black's camp, and black has taken d into e3, so f into e3 will be taken back.
Also knight into c5. I mean knight into c5 runs into knight d4. So f into e3 threatens knight c5, not winning a pawn but winning a piece. So f e3 threatens to win a piece, and that means black should attack e3. Something I don't know. F e3, white does have some advantage for sure. But I'm not sure if white actually wins a pawn on c5 and doesn't win a piece. That itself may not be adequate to good enough to win because of the weak pawn structure f e3. So white has made a great compromise with the hope that the bishop on e4 will do greater damage to black's position than just winning the c5 pawn. So I think then logically f e3, knight a5 giving up a pawn directly also comes into consideration, but then you have rook c8 perhaps, knight a5, a position which is very
but knight
sharp.
a5, bishop h7, yes?
Yeah, and then you play knight c5 perhaps, yeah, and okay, but still
Rook d1 and knight c5.
queen g5, okay, queen b6, yeah, knight c5.
Because queen g1 runs into knight
Queen g5
a5.
knight a5, and there's nothing in queen e3 check and nothing happening in g2. So bishop is also attacked, so queen b6 forced, and then you play
Queen c7 is also possible.
queen c7.
But then we play knight c5, not queen c5, because queen takes, knight takes, and h7 bishop hangs, but knight c5, and now b4 will support our knight on c5.
Yeah.
So rook a c8 will be met with b4, and white
Then
is
white
winning.
is just winning. When white plays bishop h7 check, white has to take into account moves like g6, and always bishop into g6 is followed by rook d7 or knight e6. Here rook d7, in some cases knight e6. So g6 would be too risky to play because after take and rook d7. But yes, it remains a possibility all the time. So
And queen b6 will be also met with knight c5,
Yes.
and again we have b4 supporting our knight.
and knight d7 is not a threat, but okay, queen a3 check. So you just play b4 and want to be a pawn up. So
And our bishop is never stuck. Let's say we play g6 here. We can play b4 first probably, and
Yeah.
after knight c6 we simply take on g6, or we can
but yeah, b4 king into h7 was not all that bad, but no, b4 king into h7.
But then we
might
are
be into
losing-
F5, queen c6 or something of that sort. I mean, okay, it's a pawn down, but unless there's an immediate
Rook
win with
d7?
unless there's an immediate win with rook d7 and winning a piece or something of that sort. I didn't spot an immediate win here.
if king bishop c8, then rook f7. Our rook is opened up. Let's not forget that we took f into
Definitely,
e3, and
And
our rook on f1 is already very well placed on f1 without having moved after castle.
yes, and something like king g8, rook b7, rook c8 is not going to get back the piece probably, no? Now I think
No, king.
what was required was king g8 directly, not so rook d7, king g8, and if you
Oh.
take on b7, do I get back a piece with rook c8? But because I threaten both queen c5 and queen b7, do I get back my piece with a chance to make a draw? I don't know. Looks very risky to give a piece first and then hope to get something
But
back.
I think we can simply play rook c1 here, supporting c2
supporting everything.
and
Sorry,
the c5 knight.
I think simple mistake. Yeah, I just
So
yeah.
this is winning for white, but the players haven't gone for this. After h6, knight b3, d into f e3, and white is still thinking. She hasn't yet captured on f e3, which is the most natural move in the position.
It's also forced move because black's threat is knight d4, very powerful threat. I mean, is she thinking, could she be thinking of queen c5? Which is, I think, reduces the advantage to a great extent because ef2 check and rook c8. You still have some advantage, but queen f5 doesn't lead to much. So g6 will come and not really a big advantage, but white will still maintain some advantage even in queen c5. Somehow f3 is the most principled move.
Yes, and she has gone for it.
Okay,
We
okay.
can see in the player cam that Humpy has played fe3, and Humpy down to 33 minutes, by the way, after 17
Yeah,
minutes.
actually, Humpy shows some great courage because she doesn't like tactically wild positions, and yet she doesn't shy away from playing this position. For example, I would be very uncomfortable to play this position with white, although a pawn up because of weak e3 and sometimes the queen and the long bishop on b7, perhaps even rook c8, knight into pawn, bishop a8, and I would be really worried though 2 pawns up. Can something dangerous happen to my king with queen e7? But I think Humpy has that great courage to play such positions. The positions which can lead to uncertainty, unclear complications. If she has extra material, she always goes for that, and she has shown that at that time she can play very precisely and find out the only moves which a player is often not sure of. I mean, when you play a position where it's risky and you have material more and some weaknesses, you're not sure of finding the moves to guard all your weaknesses. And that is what Humpy is quite good at. So let's see f3 after some deliberation. For example, what you suggested, ed4, not taking any weakness, was a good line as well. She has chosen to keep the pawns on e3 and c5. I mean, she's confident of winning the c5 pawn, which seems to be, yeah. But this was a good line also, I think. This was a safer line because let's look at the advantages here. The d4 pawn is weak. Secondly, the pawn endings are always winning. And the rook endings and queen endings are not at all better, but otherwise, middle game, the d4 pawn could be won. But what she's doing is, she's winning a pawn by force and at the cost of weakening the f2 pawn, which probably she will find a way to guard. So say queen g5. She would play
G2
just,
pawn, you mean?
yeah, the e3 pawn also. And queen.
The e3 pawn.
Yeah, so
okay.
queen g5, for example, is not good because of simply queen c5 probably. Or even knight c5, I don't know. Yeah, even knight c5 wins a piece perhaps. Queen e3.
Yes.
No, queen e3 check and knight d4 always, no?
Queen e3, queen f2.
Okay.
Queen
And
e3, queen
yes.
f2, and we don't allow knight d4 with
Yes,
the tempo.
and the piece is lost, yeah.
Yes, and the piece is lost because takes, and bishop takes the knight.
You don't even get b2 pawn.
Yes, so this is actually very difficult for black, and she has to find a precise move after fe3. We think that knight e5 might not be the best move
Knight
here.
a5, yeah.
And after rook c8, maybe black has some chance to defend because knight c5 will be met with bishop a8.
But here I was worried about rook d1 and rook d7 coming very quickly because your bishop is on a8. But how about rook d1 here, rook a d1 and queen g5 perhaps, yeah,
And b4.
then take on e3, no? So yeah, then queen e3 check and queen f2. That is a only slight advantage in there. No, it's also a good advantage. But do you need to play b4 here, or you can play move like knight d7 or some confusing moves? I don't know. It's a knight d. Is knight d7 possible? If it's possible, I don't know.
So let's see if I can defend my pawn for
rook
free,
yeah,
but then
yeah, rook f3, knight e5. So
it runs into knight e5 and I have problems with my
Yeah.
c5 knight and the e4 bishop.
yeah, and let's show the small tactic: rook g3, rook into c5. Yeah, but rook into c5, rook into g5, rook into c2.
Maybe bishop e4 first because bishop c2 is threatened after rook g5.
Yes,
And
and-
if
But now,
black
I thought I
takes-
could play queen e4 here.
okay, if black takes on e4, then we play queen g3 first, and after queen c8 we always have queen e3 check, and after knight g3
But I think also if
we
you
have
played rook c2, we have a
rook
piece up.
c2.
Yeah, if you played rook c2 directly, we have a piece up. So
no, not piece up.
here-
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes. Rook c2 would also be a piece up, but here after
Queen
bishop
e4,
e4,
yeah.
queen e4, rook c5 is not the move because our queen hangs, but we move our queen to, can we move it to h5?
h5 attacking something, and rook c1.
And rook d5 is a move
Yes.
that I really liked, but then takes, and queen d1 check will run into king f2 and knight
Knight d3
d3.
check, winning the queen.
So this is a long
Yeah,
combination, but the right combination.
I think white is lucky to save the rook because white must give the queen here. So rook is saved. Knight d3 check, queen into d3 is the only move. So rook on c5 is safe, but stronger piece has disappeared from the board. Yeah, I think that's a sort of combinations I'm worried about. I'm sure that fundamentally white is better, but white has to calculate more accurately. So yeah, it's possible to play such variations.
Yeah, but it's very difficult to play these move. Like rook f3 is not even the natural move, so that
Yes.
will be immediately rejected because it also doesn't look good optically. And maybe rook f5 is a move, but then queen e3 check and knight d4
Yes.
runs into serious issues. So
And
queen
rook
f2.
I think rook f4 allows knight d4 as well. Yeah, instead of rook f5, rook f4.
1 minute here, queen
Yeah.
f2 will be a better move, but after queen takes, king takes, and even though white is fine, even black is fine here, even though white is the one who will have some chances to create a pass pawn.
Yeah, surely. I think white is very slightly better here.
And after queen e3, here king rook f5 instead of rook f5, you were considering
Rook f4 is knight d4.
and knight
No, sorry.
d4
Yeah,
was
and
suggested, but bishop h7 is a great intermezzo, though it doesn't work.
yeah, but if you take on d4, yeah, with the rook I take on
Engine
c5
rejects
anyway. Yeah. And if
all
you took,
our moves.
yeah, so if you took with the other rook as well, so I thought rook f4 was also not possible, which means you give up the e3 pawn actually, in effect. Yeah, this rook d4, rook c5, this could be little better for white. I mean, 2 pawns up, but some compensation, not complete full compensation. So
But I basically don't think we need to play rook d1.
rook
We
d1,
can
b4,
support our
b4,
knight.
yeah. But opponent is going to undermine. You're not going to have a safe knight on c5. So probably opponent goes queen g5 first or a5 first. It's going to be a game that will be decided not by the strategy, not by the material, but by the virtue of the initiative black has. And if the initiative is enough, then black doesn't lose, and if initiative is not enough, then of course black ends up losing. So a5 could be a possibility. It's
However,
not,
I would
it's not a plain 2 pawn up. What I mean is it's not like 2 pawns up, which is this
one
is,
pawn up.
yeah, this is 1 pawn up, but it's even less than a pawn up, I think, sort of. Yeah,
I actually really like it as white. I mean, I would
yeah, I mean,
differ.
if you're not winning a pawn, that's always better to be. But with a pawn on f2, we could really love this position.
Yeah, somehow I even like the pawn on e3. Like for me as a player, I like the fact that first of all I'm material up, secondly my pieces are active, thirdly my rook on f1 is already great. So I actually really would be very happy to play this as white. But I think again, personal choice. I mean,
Yes, yes.
probably you would prefer to play black.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, not black here, but I would prefer to play with the pawn instead of e3. If it was on f2, I would be much happier in that. So, of course, playing with black here doesn't make much sense. In a blitz game, you could like to play because eventually your material down and there's no direct threat. So, after b4, queen g5 doesn't threaten anything. So, that way, black is not likely to get anything concrete.
I mean, I can see clear ideas for white here with queen a2, bishop d5, rook d1, rook f2, rook f1. So I can, like for white, like for me as a player, the white moves are more easier to play than for black.
Yeah, I think black probably has to play something knight e5, but then you have to take back the rook to a8, which is again unfortunate. So knight e5. Then rook c8 and bishop a8 doesn't prove out to be great idea if you are not able to drive the e4 bishop first and then bring out the bishop. You are not making use of the. In fact, rook c8 and bishop a8 have only succeeded in saving a piece, and nothing beyond that.
Right, and actually they have this exact position on the board with white to play. So black did choose rook 8 c8, and after knight takes c5, bishop a8 on the board, and white is to move. We will have a look at what Humpy decides to play here. I wanted to speak to you, Praveenji, about this being a round robin tournament, and there are some players who are of course leading the tournament like Goryachkina, Alexandra Asubayeva, Bibisara, who has a rest day today, and Zujiner. And there are also players who are in the bottom of the table right now. Vaishali, Nino are struggling in this tournament so far. Even Nana has been struggling. So do you feel like when a player like Humpy plays against Nino, or yesterday she played against Vaishali, she would decide to herself that okay, this is the game I must win in order to have a good chance of finishing ahead in the tournament, and also these are players who are not in good form in this tournament probably, so I have a good chance against them.
Yeah, I think that's that's a strategy normally people make, and it often works, and it sometimes it doesn't work because I remember that one of the nationals which I won with one round to spare, 1989 in Bikaner. The only game I lost was against a player who came last in the tournament, and that was his only win. So again, and that was a fantastic game played by him. So also we don't know, and at this level, we have players so strong that the champion losing to the player who finished at the bottom is not impossible because they are all at a very, they are at a world level. They are the best in top 20 in the world. So I think yes, but again, it's the correct strategy to try to beat someone who is not in good form. And that's a logical, yeah. But the things don't go so smoothly all the time. But yet, that is the correct strategy.
Right. So let's have a look at how Zhu Jinner is doing against Vaishali, and it seems like she has built up a huge advantage. Let's have a look at what happened in this game after Bishop A6. White played Rook to E1,
Yeah,
and
standard.
Black took with the Rook, and Rook takes. Now Rook is occupying the E5.
Oh, the queen was on C7, or did she go back queen D8, or no? She didn't play queen C7.
She
No.
did not play queen c7. I think that
Okay.
was a transmission
Okay,
error.
okay.
And
Yeah.
after rook e1, bishop g5 was played, and h takes.
Yeah, because black once black gets knight E5, black always has enough compensation. So
So
yeah.
bishop takes, h takes, and knight b6 has been played by black. c4 is hanging, so white supports it with queen to c3.
Yes, queen F4 would probably run into knight into D5. Yeah.
Oh, this is a nice tactic. Queen f4 would be a mistake because of knight takes d5, and c takes d5 runs into bishop d3. The c pawn was actually pinned.
Yeah,
So
and the black is a pawn up. Not particularly better, but yes, black is a pawn up.
So this was not possible, and white played queen c3 instead. And after queen f8, white plays knight to d2.
Yes, I think
relooting-
queen F8 is a forced move perhaps because knight D2, knight E4 was a huge threat, and now knight E4 she plans. Yeah, so now she
plans
yeah,
queen g7,
G7.
which has been played, and now white has a good move probably because she should not exchange the queens.
Yes.
Once she exchanged the queens, black is completely fine because the king is no more in danger.
Yeah, although D6 is weak, but C4 is weak, and the rook can't attack D6. That's one of the reasons. And yeah, so this is not it's not possible also. And meanwhile, knight into D5. As I said, bishop A6 is well placed in an ending. When knight into D5 is always. If you don't have any pieces, for example, if you don't have rooks, white actually loses a pawn due to knight into D5 threat. But extending the queens, no. So queen moving to A3 is not useful because it's a tempo. But a queen move to A3 gets knight E4 in a tempo. So even that can be considered. I don't know. Although bishop on A6 is not well placed, so but black can't go bishop E8, which black wanted to go. So again, from a bad square, bishop goes to a equally bad square. Now knight E4, which means you have to guard with queen E5. I don't know. Knight F6 and knight D6 both need to be guard. No, right. Queen E5 is not coming. Knight F6 check. This position is not.
Sustainable actually. Black is losing.
Yes, queen
because-
A3 is. I think I was always worried about that bishop A6. You know, that unfortunate moment, queen A3. You know, if the opponent gets a tempo when you are actually hoping to exchange queens, and you can't really do that. And knight E4, you can't even go bishop C8 because of rook E8 check. So it was.
Probably here bishop g5 is a very big decision because after bishop takes, pawn takes, the f7 square is a permanent weakness. That
Yes,
needs to
and
be
I
guarded.
was. Yeah, I think, but bishop G5 is certainly wrong. But if in that case,
But
rook
here queen f8
queen F8 made
and
some
queen
sense.
g7.
Yeah, and then she has no ambitious plan of knight B6 for sure.
She probably doesn't like queen a5.
Queen
That's
A-
what I feel.
Yeah, the bishop A6 again. The shortcomings of bishop A6. No, bishop C8 and I don't know queen C7 or some funny move.
This
threatening.
looks very awkward for black because queen c7 and even bishop d8 is not possible because of the bishop on
Yeah.
g5. So bishop on g5 doing a great job of controlling black's position, and this rook is completely out of the game. The bishop on c8 blocks the rook from coming into the game with rook e8.
And B5 hasn't actually helped.
It has
b5, b6,
worsened
what is it?
black's
Yeah. So
position.
bishop a6 probably not. That was time when she, I mean, had she exchanged the knights, it would have been fine. Was it the chance to
Yes.
play sometime knight e5?
It was important, instead of bishop a6 on the 17th move, it was important for black to exchange one more pair of minor pieces.
So particularly the knight, because the knight is coming to e4. You don't want to exchange the d3 bishop, but you want to exchange the knight. And yeah, I think black is not worse here, I'm sure. I mean, we suggested knight e5 and we felt black was very comfortable. And I questioned actually b3 move, because after bc knight e5 seems comfortable. At least I'm not worried about something bad happening to me here. After bishop a6 you don't get a chance, because now knight e5 is met with knight into e5 and you have very bad structure. But again, rook e1 a committal decision, because
A bishop g5 a very big commitment, because
Yes.
now you are saddled with this weakness on f6 permanently, and after knight b6 the knight also goes away from the guard of the f6 square. So white plays queen c3, covering this diagonal, and after queen f8 knight d2, an excellent remaneuvering of the knight.
Yes, and also the white queen has entry on the queen side, queen a5 and queen c7 and those such moves, or a7 if the rook moves. So queen a3 I thought was better. Queen
I
a5
think
there is
this
knight
is
into
the
d5 some
problem.
no, knight into d5
Oh,
doesn't come,
sorry.
but yeah, some
Maybe
queen
d4.
queen d4. No, queen a3 is what I suggested. I think that was
Yes.
because then queen d4 had a problem with both knight e4 and knight f3.
Or rook e4 maybe.
Also knight f no, rook e4 queen a1 and there's knight f3 win a piece. Does knight f3 win a piece? I just take queen a6 next. No. There is how do you
Knight c4.
knight c4 tactics. So okay, and rook e4 queen a1 check. So let's look at queen a3 queen d4. I think we can
Let's just complete this line. After
this
knight
is,
c4, knight d4, knight a3, bishop to a6, and we take the
cd4.
knight back. And after bishop takes, we take with the queen, and after queen a6 we pick up the bishop on d3, which is now not guarded anymore by the queen on a3.
Yes.
So this was white's problem, but here rook e4 would have been a good move.
And queen a1.
Queen a1 could be met with king h2,
Okay, and now you go bishop c8. There is
and black still has problems to solve with the bishop.
bb7, rook e7, no? And
Yes, rook e7.
and you don't like to play bishop c8 because rook e8 check and
Maybe queen d1, but then we go knight e4.
yeah.
Oh no, knight e4 would run into a perpetual.
Queen f4 check.
Oh no, we have
queen
king
h5 check, king
g3.
g3 and
Luckily, here king g1 would run into queen
but
d1.
also bishop f1. Is it knight
Also
c4 so strong? I don't think so. Knight
Yes.
c4,
This would also be good.
queen f, no, queen f3. I'm sure that white has a very strong queen. Queen f3, you have knight e5.
No, but this is unnecessary. We
yes.
can simply
There's
play
no
king
perpetual check.
g3.
Here the game is actually
Yes.
over because of the additional threat of knight f6 check.
Yes, and b7 is hanging and knight f6. So this is a good decision for white to go queen a3 here and not exchange the queens. We will see queen a3 has been played on the board, and queen d4 by Vaishali immediately played. Maybe she missed rook e4.
No, I think also she has got a great sense of, instinct where the positions which cannot sustain. So she knows that position with bb7 is not going to sustain. She can't play a position like bb7. She knows that is not possible. So I think the decision is probably a conscious decision, I'm sure. It's not a blunder. But what else? I think that sort of, I think it's a forced move in a practical way. I mean, way of looking at forced move in human mind and in computer is different. Computer in losing positions tries to make a move which damages least, but human want to create chances, and if at all chances have to be kept, they cannot lie in bb7. They can lie only in a move like queen d4, and rook e4. Rook e4, queen a1 check, and bishop b7 or bishop c8. I don't know, bishop c8. Yeah, bishop c8 actually threatens queen d1, but I don't know, rook e. There's no diagonal check. Once you play rook e8 check, you can never move the queen from the diagonal. So tough position at least. And knight e4 wins the d6 pawn also, no?
Yes, this is very tough for Vaishali, and Zujiner, a great tactician. We have been watching her find one tactic after the other in this tournament. 94 against Humpy was one of the moves of the tournament for us,
And
and
knight into h7.
Knight h7 against Lano, a brilliant win as well. And she has won against Humpy, the top seed in this tournament. Lano, who is one of the, who is actually the leader of the Grand Prix series at the
Yeah.
moment. So, Zujiner, a great find of the tournament, we can say.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, her game was much more matured. And then when I discussed with some of the Indian players playing in the tournament, they said that, yeah, she's very strong. That was the opinion they also get. So they knew her well. I think perhaps I didn't know. But the world will know, find of the tournament. We can, but women players probably know that she's very strong because, you know,
I mean, the players who have played her definitely
Yes,
know
yes.
that, but she hasn't played as many
Yes,
tournaments
very
as
few.
the
Even
other.
even in her age group, she has played very few games.
Yes.
But those who played with her are probably and have probably analyzed the games and they've sensed her depth, which we are not able to see. But yes, during this tournament, I saw that for the world, I think it's a great find. And somehow, I think China has been producing one of the greatest women players of all times. Very regularly. The world champion is also Chinese, and
Yes, the current world champion is Grandmaster Zhu Wenjun, and the player who will challenge her for a world championship match in this cycle is also Chinese. Li
Well-
Tingyi won the candidates tournament
Yeah.
yesterday against Tan Zongyi, and she will qualify. She has now qualified for a world championship match against Wenjun. The dates will be declared shortly.
so even that match, challengers match, was also between Chinese players.
Yes, so they definitely have a policy in place, the country itself, for creating world champions in the women's category. And
Yeah, I think a more organized effect, I must say, probably because emergence of new players without playing international tournaments is, I think, something very great because they have not played much and suddenly we find somebody is very strong. Something which doesn't happen. Oh, Bishop F1 has been played, not King H2. Is it good enough as well?
yeah, it is. Computer loves it. We can see that the eval bar is
Ah,
high
yeah.
as ever.
Is it better than King H2? I thought King. Yeah, but okay.
No, King H2 was also good, but Bishop F1 is.
It's much safer. And,
Good enough.
Yeah. And Bishop B7, is it Rook E7?
Can we play here Queen D1 attacking the D2 knight?
So while the rook is not vacating the square for the knight, so you are attacking at the right moment, and let's see how things can.
So here Queen A6 would be
Yeah.
met with Queen D2, and I
Yeah.
think black is okay because we got rid of the main minor piece in
Yes,
this
and the
position.
bishop on F1 is silly, and G5 pawn is danger. So that's not white is going to give you. And and if you move the knight, then the C4 could be hanging.
Can
so
we play Queen E3
Queen
here?
E3 because Queen C3, but C4. Okay, everything is guarded. C4 is guarded. Queen C3 would run into knight A4, but what's Queen C3 possible? And encouraging knight A4 and then suddenly attack a bishop or something. Queen A5
Queen
or
A5.
something like this, because knight on A4 is obviously worse place than knight on B. So I thought, why not give a tempo to your opponent? So perhaps that was,
So
somehow.
let's go back. Knight B6.
Yeah, and now
Queen
yeah.
C3 again.
Oh, so that's not a
And
great
knight
improvement.
A4.
Yeah, not an improvement then. Okay, so
Yeah, this is not so easy because now Queen D1. So maybe King H2 was a better move. But even here, white can play Queen D1.
yeah, but
yes?
we refuted Queen D1. No, we saw. Oh no,
We did not consider it. But Rook
okay.
E2 was
Yes,
my
now.
idea
Yeah.
that we actually defend the knight.
And threaten knight E4 and all up knight into D5 is not possible again for various
But maybe
reasons.
the problem here is Queen to A4 and black converts, tries to go into the end game.
But again, Queen C3 threatening knight E4 and
Yeah, the game goes on, but we always have knight D7 in the end. So
yeah,
can
and
we?
somewhere knight E5 temporary defense. White will take some time to play F4 and Rook E7 and knight E4. Probably should be a very strong position as well.
Yes. So let's see how the game is progressing. Black has not yet made her move after Bishop
Okay, Queen
F1.
D1.
So
Okay.
we still are yet to see whether Vaishali will go to D1 or not.
Yeah, I think your idea of attacking the knight is perfect because if white is able to vacate E4 for the knight, then it could be dangerous. Although directly moving the rook is not easy because of c4 hanging. So, but where does the bishop go? That's a major problem. Moving the bishop allows white to move the rook, and then knight e4 is going to come. So, well, if the bishop could be protected on a6, black would be fine. But unfortunately, it can't be, which means that it has to be a counter-attacking tactic, hoping that your opponent moves that. And yeah, so queen d1, it doesn't look like a forced win at the moment. Queen d1, queen e3, then you are not threatening queen into a6, so you are threatening rook e8 check perhaps. But again, yeah, it's still. I mean, at least I'm not able to see a forced win. Although I feel that there's something wrong with something drastically wrong with black's position. Somehow the coordination is missing, but queen is very active and doing very good job after queen d1. And because the knight can't move due to bishop into c4, so knight has to be guarded, and which means that queen c3, queen b2, queen e3 are only moves.
Yeah.
Queen d3
queen
perhaps,
d1.
which is very artificial. So
Queen d1 a good move for Vaishali here, but we will see if she chooses it. She only has 8 minutes to decide. Let's go to Humpy versus Nino, because
yes,
that's the other game that's going on. And after b4, which was played by Humpy in this position, we were looking at this
yeah,
move.
then a5. Yeah,
Black
we thought it was
has
necessary.
played
Yeah.
a5.
So to loosen the position, I think is obvious. So here it's somewhat a simple tactical game. It's a tactical game, but the tactics are quite simple, making your opponent's pieces hanging and that sort of. At the moment, it's a strategy of creating counterplay that is working. They haven't really started tactic. They're going for weakening the pawn. If b5 plays, then I'm going to play for the e5
And
weakness,
I'm
and that's what.
really trying to understand. Yesterday, Nino won a fantastic game because her opponent allowed pawn to b6 and this pawn to a5, a protected passer. Isn't she doing the same
No,
mistake
here
with
B.
black?
I think for B, 5, she wants to play knight d4 here. I think.
That's the problem. So b5 here is not possible,
Yes,
because
yes.
let's say black plays knight e5 here, then we are simply better after rook 8, bishop 8, rook 8, and even a4, and this
Yeah,
would be a
but you were not allowing
protected
to pin.
passer.
Moving the queen first also was
No,
good.
just
Yeah,
to
yeah,
illustrate
yeah.
the
True,
point.
true. It's a big advantage because the protected passed pawn, which means both the pawns are very safe, and you have to attack a4 and not b5.
Exactly, and that's not possible, and hence a5 here would have been a mistake had this been allowed. But b5, knight d4 is the point, that
Yeah.
after e takes, queen takes, and now the knight on c5 is lost because it's a check, and queen f2 will also be met with simple queen c5. So, or even queen f2, rook f2, and rook c5.
Rook
Both the
c5.
moves are possible, but even here it's not that easy. But we see that black has won back the lost pawn.
Yes, and also in rook ending, I think protected pass pawn is of least value because the protection can be attacked very easily. Say rook c4, for example. So the protection can be attacked very easily. In minor pieces, it's not easy to block the pawn as well as attack the protecting piece. So knight ending, knight on b6 would be doing very great job. But in rook ending, yes. If it was a bishop ending, black bishop on b6 would be awful. Stopping the pawn could never attack a4. So again, which ending you are playing? So protected passman is strongest in the pawn ending, and then in bishop endings, and then in knight endings, and then in rook endings.
Oh wow.
Queen ending, it doesn't really matter because things are queen is the only piece which can help promotion of the pawn without help of any other piece. So queen and pawn can improve by themselves, and no other piece can do that. Either you have to support the pawn or you have to do the same. Queen is the only piece which cannot be attacked by the enemy king as well, apart from the king. All other pieces can be attacked by the king. So again, in endgame, king is a strong piece, and things are decided by presence of king. So this position is perhaps playable. It's not particularly bad. I think a drawable position, but I'm sure white is not going to permit that. So white has to deal with two weaknesses, although they are extra. One of the pawn is extra. There are some weaknesses. E3 and b4 are going to be weaknesses, and yeah, it's a position which is not completely winning. I must say that white should be better with correct play, and if nothing is going to happen immediately with rook d1, I think she's preserving that queen g5 tempo for rook d1. So she will be able to suddenly get a tempo, and knight d7 wouldn't be a possibility because and
Would it be possible to play bishop f5 here? Is the
yes,
question.
making this awkward, and yeah, rook
Seven
c7,
will
yeah,
be met with knight
knight
a6,
a6, and you go rook e7 or something. Yeah,
and then b5.
I
So
thought rook
this,
e7 was also possible, but rook a7, okay.
okay, rook e7
Yeah.
and
Yeah, and then
b5.
a knight on e. I mean, it's a sort of compensation. No, in middle game it's a big advantage, but in end game it's a big advantage. But knight e5, queen b6, play against the e3 point. So things are not going to be decided by the protected passed pawn. Remove the king and the queen and rooks and bishops. It's very easy win. But now the things will be decided by the initiative and the badly placed knight, which may not get into time to guard against the king. So here more or less a dynamic factor where yesterday's was an ending where there are no minor pieces. So the protected passed pawn and it was in sixth rank. So
One
black's pieces
square
were
ahead.
very tight down. Black pieces didn't have access inside white's camp. And here it was inside white's camp. So
It's one square closer to the queening square, so that certainly helps. And after uh, bishop e4, white is still thinking after a5. White has not yet chosen, but she doesn't have much time to decide. She has only 13 minutes for 21 moves.
yes, I think for example queen c3 there could be a b, but queen b6 will never come because of knight d7. So queen c3 looks like a reasonable move. I mean, I'm sure she's analyzing queen c3 because it's the most logical move to play here. And what is that she's afraid of facing after queen c3? Perhaps bishop f5 followed by queen c3. I would prefer to keep the knight on c5 well protected at the moment rather than getting a protected passed pawn, because I don't have a black bishop, and let me have as many pawns on black squares as possible. Bishop f5, rook b8 will not be possible because of knight d7. So that's one of the uh, main possibilities, because otherwise the b4 pawn is in trouble. But bishop f5, rook c7, queen c3 or direct queen c3 will ensure slight advantage to white because of the extra material without any direct win in sight at the moment, at least.
Nice. We are quite uh, expecting queen c3 or bishop f5 here. Let's see what Humpy chooses. Let's also now have a look at whether Vaishali has made a move, because she has very less time on the clock. So uh, Vaishali's opponent played bishop f1 here, and to this Vaishali did find the move queen d1, and now white has played queen to c3. Black has played knight a4, so all the moves that we expected have occurred on the board, and now white played queen e3. Wow. So
Yeah, I think we reached this position. Yeah, with knight on a4 could be worse, and we could threaten rook e8 check and then knight e4 and some attack. But we have to worry about bishop c4. And I was looking at some position where black takes bishop c4 and white still plays a checkmating move and queen f1 check king h2, and that could be queen and knight could say for example after rook e8 check white plays knight e4. Say nb6 rook e8 check, rook into rook, queen into rook check, king g7 knight e4, and bishop into c4 knight f6, and queen f1 check, king h2. And like I was looking at such variations, I'm worried about the king position. I'm
let's
not
show
sure of the
this line.
tactical accuracy of my play, but bishop into c4 knight f6, I just felt that okay, we are only scared of queen f1 check. But yeah, this is a variation which occurred to me, and that's why I suggested that queen c3 provoke knight a4 and then queen e3. I was really worried about rook I mean, that's the position on the board, isn't it?
Yes.
So rook e8 check is something which I'm really worried about. Now that the black queen is not able to get into play. So rook e8 and knight e4, knight f6 is the real plan. And for knight f6, if you are not able to eliminate the g5 pawn, so maybe putting the queen on c1 could be an option here. Yeah, or even after take queen into rook check, king g7, knight e4,
Can we play queen
c,
e1,
queen e1.
preventing knight f6?
But
then knight
knight
d6.
d6, queen into e8, knight e8 is a check. No, but queen into e8 perhaps.
Oh, knight e8 is a check, but
But
king
we win
f8.
back. We have yeah, and we play king e7, and it's probably a draw because knight b5 check, bishop into b5, knight b5, bishop into b5. I think
Yeah, this
it's
is
not.
fine.
It's not a. It's an advantage perhaps for
Or even
black. Yes.
c4.
Yeah, black is better here, surely.
Yes.
So that's not so queen e1 or queen c1 makes sense. Queen e1. Let's see what happens for queen e1. I was even thinking of moves like queen e7 there for queen e1, queen e.
Queen e3. Let's have the player camps on the screen as well. Queen e3 and knight b6 was played, and
Okay.
after
So white is calculating the final
oh
combination.
no,
No,
knight
this is
b6
not
has
played.
not been
Yeah.
played. But if knight b6 is played, we are looking at rook e8 takes, queen takes, king g7, and knight goes to e4. Knight in the center, threatening knight f6 and queen g8, a typical checkmate pattern. Knight d7 is not possible because the queen guards the square. So queen e1 pinning the knight and not allowing knight f6 very easily.
Yeah, and queen e7, then we try bishop into c4. I don't know, queen f6 check. Then you have
Knight into c4
yeah,
probably.
knight into c4 and
Oh, but then even here
queen
we
f6
played
second.
this and play knight
Knight
f6
f6.
now.
So bishop into c4.
Will also
I
be
still play queen f6 check
with the
and
same
queen
fate.
d8 check and knight f6. We in effect have the
And now the
same position. Your queen is on e1, but not doing miracles, I am afraid.
yeah, this is pretty difficult for black. We will see what will Vaishali choose. Vaishali has only
Okay, even queen e3 has not been played yet, yeah?
no, queen e3 has been
Okay,
played, and
okay.
Vaishali has 4 minutes on the clock. We should stick to this game.
Yes, I think
And
it's not impossible that Zhu has actually found out a forced win. But it looks like a forced win, and perhaps queen c1 here. Yeah, but doesn't really.
do you also feel like 10 rounds have been played so far? This is the 10th game. Do you feel the players must be feeling the fatigue? I mean, I definitely feel they must be quite tired by now because 11 rounds is a really long tournament format.
And no real rest day, because there was an intended rest day halfway the tournament, but some players have got it on the first round, which doesn't make sense. Some players are getting it today, so also doesn't make sense. So I'm sure players are tired because lots of ups and downs and lots of unpredictable things by the players who are not so strong. For the rating wise, they're not strong. You must have seen that the youngsters who are not rating wise so strong have been doing very well. So when your opponents play above their strength, then it always becomes a strong option. Rook f8 probably is a forced move here.
Very nice move by
Forced
Vaishali.
move probably, and now rook e8 doesn't really threaten much because you are not getting an entry to e8. Although my plan is to take
Queen e7 and then
yes,
rook
yeah,
f8.
yeah. So rook e8 threatens. Yeah, rook e8 probably. If you don't have a convenient move, then I just win with queen e7. So and you don't have bishop into c4. So when I play rook e8, what do you have? I play queen e7
No,
next.
this is still difficult. This is still difficult for black. I think white is winning. We will see whether white can find rook e8. And
Also very obvious move to find, I think.
yes, definitely. And yes, about the conversation that we were having, I also feel like the players must be quite tired, and that's the reason more mistakes are happening in the second half of the tournament than the first.
Yeah, also strategically they are playing more matured game. I think because now they have settled down into, they have developed that sense of position, so they are not making big fundamental mistake, but small tactical errors are taking place. So that's happening probably because of fatigue, and this generally after 2.5 hours of play when they're actually tired. Perhaps they would have had lunch at say 1 o'clock, and now past 5 o'clock, it's already time to make some inaccuracies. But some players who are very particular about that. For example, I have not seen Vaishali in playing under fatigue anytime. I mean, I think she had got an enormous energy from that point of view somehow.
No, actually, I think it's the opposite.
Oh,
I
really?
think Vaishali prepares a lot. And when
Okay.
you prepare a lot, that takes up a lot of your energy before the game. So, but Vaishali has been working on her fitness like the last 1 year. I feel she
Okay.
has become even fitter than before, and that might help her to sustain herself till the end
I
of the
think
event.
my misjudgment, because I decide a player's health by the vigor with which they play or aggressive moves they play, and perhaps yes, I'm wrong. Probably it has nothing to do with your stamina, but it has to do with your style. So
Yes.
perhaps she plays ambitious and sharp moves even when she is in fatigue. So no, it was my mistake probably to judge it from that.
I think she is generally a very ambitious and
Yes,
assertive
a
player.
very aggressive player also.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So, but here we definitely feel that the main mistake in the game was Bishop A6, a move which both of Praveenji strongly criticized, and rightly so, because the bishop is doing not much on this
Yes, as soon as the move was
side of
played,
the board.
I didn't like the look of the position. I thought some simplification with 95 was,
Dear 95
yeah,
was
or yeah.
extremely necessary
Till
move.
white plays rook a1, because once I rook a1, it's the point of h4 is that when I play rook a1, you can't play knight into e5 because I take knight into e5.
Say rook
Say
b8,
yeah,
let's
say
see.
rook a1 in case, and knight e5. Now I'm going to simply take knight into e5. And as we were discussing about the protected passed pawn, there is nothing, you don't really have any justification for the protected passed pawn. So it's going to be a strategically bad position with d pawn trying to march anytime. The c pawn lose, e pawn lose, and moves like say queen e3 or something. The pawns are very loose. So that's the thing which would be so a move like break like knight e5 was not going to be possible once white put rook on e1, and that's why it was necessary. Now that the pawn structure is intact, c5 is safe because of d6. So now it's black is not going to allow rook into e5 so easily. So
Yes, and
yeah.
we can simply take and play bishop d7 as well.
Yes,
Let's say
yes. Now
even though
queen
here we
f4.
have
Yeah,
bishop g5 as well,
yeah. Here bishop g5. I don't know if
and queen g5. This
does
is,
it win a pawn f4.
oh sorry,
Queen
let's not
h6. No, I
blunder.
was analyzing queen h6. I couldn't finish my analysis here, but strategically even rook
Yeah,
into
this
e5
might
is
be
yeah,
difficult.
yeah. Also,
But even here, let's say rook e1 is the main move. Even this is pretty decent for
yes, yeah. I
black.
mean queen f4. Of course, I mean you're not going to find it an easy draw. But now I want to take bishop into g5 and queen f8. My idea is for queen f4, I want to play bishop into g5 and queen f8, and I'll trade rook e8. And if I get a bishop ending, then there's at least. I mean, my opponent has to play accurately. The bishop
Yeah.
is there, but
There is
still,
no knight on f3 to
yes,
come
and
on
yes,
f6.
and also, yeah, but black doesn't have much hope in this bishop ending either because black king coming to a5 and b4 is not likely to take place.
No, but black will have her own ideas, so that's why I think this is
No, this
defendable.
position is not really bad. I mean, if you played, if you found this position bad, then you shouldn't be playing Benoni.
Exactly. Very well said. So after bishop a6, we feel black really lost time and momentum here, and piece coordination as well.
She
And now
didn't
we
see
have,
rook a1 as a positional threat. I think a positional threat has to be sensed, and perhaps she failed to see that rook a1 was a positional threat. I mean, perhaps she was comfortable with that knight on b6 and the sort of false appearance of the activity. She was impressed by the accurate, the sort of aggression by the pieces, which doesn't make any sense actually. And okay, she found active moves queen d4, which didn't lose immediately. I mean, what she played is basically the moves don't lose immediately.
and
She has
it's
found
very
moves
important.
which don't lose immediately. Otherwise, they're no good moves. So she has done good at that. But if it's a forced loss, then finding the moves which knight a4, I think I wouldn't have played knight a4 because you have one move here, perhaps to try to. One move when you really want to white to move the rook and then move knight to e4, you have some chance. So I think knight a4 probably she didn't sense that aggression didn't make sense. There's no target on that knight a4. Maybe in time trouble, but yes, somewhere you try to bring back the pieces, sensing the weakness in your position. Rook f8, bishop f8, bishop c8, bishop f5, and you guard knight e4 permanently. That sort of play was possible. Rook e8 has
Here
been
rook
played.
e8 has been played, and we have this position on the board. Now if black had time, she would bring her bishop to f5, but here white is already threatening
Yeah,
queen
and not only
e7.
f5, even if the bishop was on c8, bd7 would be adequate to equalize. If bishop was
Yes.
already on c8, bd7 and rook into
So let's
f8 check. Yeah.
imagine here white plays
See,
let's imagine black plays bishop c5 and
and
white plays a3.
yeah, not play queen e7. And bishop d7 is roughly equal, I think. Is bishop d7 losing? Yeah, I don't know, but because
d6
bar
pawn.
shows, yeah, okay, the pawn.
After
How do-
rook takes, king takes, and queen f4.
Oh, so again the queen, again it gives a sense of aggression, but queen was better on d4 or somewhere it could be guarding
But
black
maybe
squares.
bishop f5 controlling e4
E4,
is
yeah, but
good.
still, yeah, and then you threaten bishop d3 sometimes. It's still a bad position, but it's not a losing position because bishop is at least doing a job. Here you look at the positions, bishop a6 doing nothing, knight a4 doing nothing, and queen d1 pinning a bishop which is not participating in attack.
Queen d1 does some function that it's controlling
Temporarily,
d2,
yeah,
but
temporarily.
after queen e7 here, which is white's next move, black will have to take on e8, queen takes, and the knight is free to jump to e4.
Or
and f6.
if you try to get a tempo with king g7, what
Oh,
happens?
knight b2 has been played by Vaishali. So here,
What is
can we play queen e7? Is it possible?
Yeah, finish, no? Queen e7, rook into rook,
Take.
queen into rook check, king into queen,
Take,
yeah, knight
king
e,
g7,
knight
knight
e4,
e4, and
bishop into c4 or any other move, knight f6,
no, I think she wants to play queen e1 here.
or queen e1, and
And
she has
then
no
we
queen
saw
e7,
Queen e7.
and bishop into c4, queen f6 check, queen d8 check, and knight f6, and you have the pleasure of winning the bishop, queen into f1 check, but king h2. And the variation that was
Yes,
bit
already
obvious,
seen.
bit obvious also. I mean, not a difficult variation to find because, well, I think somehow not night. I think again she's going for counterplay, which is correct because now there's no time to bring back the pieces. BC8, BD7 not working, so now a desperate attempt. I think the point she played queen d4, she realized that she was strategically being outplayed, and yet knight a4 was a bit careless move. Somewhere that rook f8 in advance or trying to get back knight to d7, bishop to c8 and f5. Somewhere attempts to play a bad and passive position with that weak d6 was called for. But I think she's playing practically. If white is not able to find that queen e7 move, then perhaps she could survive. So again, the advantage of playing active play is that if your opponent doesn't find the only move sometimes, say queen e7, and yeah, black's turn to
Actually, if there was no pawn on g5, let's say the pawn was on h3, black
Yeah.
would have been okay.
yeah, fine, because the f1 bishop is
Yes.
it could go, and
Maybe even better.
yeah, but white has a perpetual check with queen
Yes.
f6 and queen d8, nothing more
No.
than that. I mean, with knight on e4 and white would play queen e7 and make a draw.
Yes.
I think don't really believe that without the fiancé to bishop and without the presence of the queen on that side, you will be able to avoid a perpetual check. So I think winning this game by taking bishop into c4 and queen f1 looks very artificial.
Also here knight e4 is a move.
Directly, okay.
Yes, knight e4, bishop c4, and maybe this is what Zujiner is considering, that knight e4, bishop c4, knight f6, king g7, and rook f8.
And queen f1 check, king
Queen
h2.
f1 will be
So,
met
so
with
is
king
knight e4, queen c4, queen f1 check possible? And then knight into c4, but doesn't make any sense anyway because rook f8
knight
threatens.
c4, knight f6.
No, I mean knight e4, queen f1 check, king into f1, knight c4. So knight f6 check, yeah, and
King g7.
and if you play rook into f8, I give knight into e3, a disc double check and then take. So a
It's a-
small trick.
But we
That's
have
a-
queen c3 and
Or
it
probably, yeah,
wins.
it is yeah. Also, you don't have to give. Yeah, I mean, you can play rook f8 check itself because you already won the queen, so you can play rook f8 check itself. So the sacrifice doesn't make sense. So knight e4, bishop c4, knight f6 check, king g7, rook into f8, threatening rook g8. But even that is equally good, I think. I don't know, queen e7 or knight e4, if both are winning, then perhaps, sometimes there's a forced win, but you have to find 3 or 4 only moves. Then there's a chance of, yeah, so okay. Let's see. And a lot of time for Zuzana or no time?
No, I think Zujiner has all the time in the world. She has 38 minutes. After 28 moves, only 12 more moves to make, but the game will be over within 12 moves. So, Humpy on the other hand playing Nino. We will come back to Zujiner's game shortly. Let's have a look at what Humpy is doing. No, Zujiner has made her move, so it could be that the game ends right now. Let's not miss the moment.
What she has,
She has played knight e4.
Okay, so probably she has found a forced win.
She has found knight e4 here, and rook e8. Vaishali, only 2 minutes on the clock to decide. Rook e8 will be met with knight f6, king g7, queen takes the rook, and queen g8 next. There is no way to stop the checkmate.
And black gets one tempo by not playing rook e8 first, but bishop into c4, and yet knight f6 check, or even rook f8 check and knight f6. or knight f6 check, king g7, rook f8, threatening rook g8 mate. So queen f1 check, king h2, no check except the queen sacrifice checks, and eventually it's going to be a mate in 2-3 moves. I mean, there's probably no way of getting away by giving the queen also. Looks like a forced mate probably.
Yes.
Might be.
Also, maybe her Vaishali's idea was that after Queen e7, she wanted to play Rook takes, King takes. Even though this is winning as well. After Knight e4, even Queen a4. But even here, Queen
Yeah,
d8
queen
and
d8.
Knight f6 followed by Queen g8 would have won. However, White played the even stronger
Yeah, knight
Knight
e4.
e4 here, which finishes the game on the spot. And after King g7, Knight f6. This is the position on the board. Knight took on c4 and sorry, queen. Yes, knight took on c4 and queen e7.
Yeah,
And
so there is a trap one must avoid. Rook into f8 would be. I mean, is it? No, actually,
no, queen
queen
f1,
f1 check. Yeah, but even yeah, and this is suddenly
h2 and queen g2.
yes,
This is the
and knight into
problem.
e3 check. Yeah, so as we said, the only trap that was created.
This was a
And
very
yes,
nice trap.
yes, nice trap, and black is probably slightly better, but yeah.
But white found queen e7 here, accurately calculating that queen f1 is nothing because we can simply play king h2 or even
Yeah,
queen.
now yes, king f1 also. I mean, if you don't want to take risk,
Yes.
but yeah.
Even
So
this move or this move, both, and there is no discovered check
yeah.
through which we can win.
Yeah, although king
any
h2
of
is not
white's
required. King
pieces.
h2 was required perhaps when you're, I mean, not committed. So this doesn't look like a
So
position that will
black
last long.
has resigned
Okay,
after
so
queen
that.
e7 and the game is over because there is no defense for queen f8. Rook e8 is forced, queen e8 and queen g8 next. Unfortunate for Vaishali, but great game by Zujiner. Bishop
Yes.
a6, the main mistake in this game, exploited excellently by Zujiner's tactical abilities.
I don't know if the players are still following the Botvinnik methods, because Botvinnik said that once you prepare the opening, you should play practice games which are secret between you and your opponent generally. And well, till Kasparov retired, I had not he had not published games of his secret match with Mikhail Tal, in which he even played Caro-Kann B19, and he had had good results. And two game of Dragon variation, which he had played in practice games, which not known to Anand when Anand played the match in 1995. So you know
Wow.
there's some practice games where you have had your regular position, and this is a theoretical position, and you play one or two practice game. In fact, the Soviet school always believed in that. And if you played one game in a particular position, you actually gain lot of insight of that position. Perhaps the play here, I don't know if Vaishali had reached such a pawn structure before. With ED is not a very common structure in Benoni, and b5 break was those standard. But white's b3 turned out to be correct because black did not take that opportunity of exchanging the pieces. I think that was a chance. In fact, I was of the opinion of playing knight e5 earlier also, instead of b5 also, I thought. You know, that was somewhere, I think, time I was, because I played Benoni from both sides. Here too, I had suggested knight e5, and I was not very comfortable with b5 because I was worrying about rook a1. I don't know if tactically it's correct, but I was worrying about that idea all the time. And b3 intends to do that, and here it's time to do that. So somehow the need to exchange knight e5 before white comes to rook e1 was not strengthened. That could be because she has not played this position before. I think somewhat, yeah. I mean, this is probably a
Yeah, it's not, I mean, it's very clear that it's not enough to only study the opening, but to study the resulting middle game that could come after the pawn structure in the opening.
yeah. Although bishop a6 worsens the position, but even a move like rook b8, rook a e1 is. I mean, rook b8 gives white a bigger advantage with rook a e1 immediately.
But still, the bishop is better on c8
Yeah, but
than
the
on
strategic
a6.
concept that you cannot play knight e5 now in a cramped position does a lot of things for white, and here we have a position which is probably not very good. I mean, I wouldn't say it's losing position, but rook e1, queen, everything coming. Actually, the e5 pawn is also isolated. Because you can't move the bishop when you take bg5, hg5, isolated in the sense it can't be supported. Now the bad bishop is doing very good job of guarding the c4 pawn, and yeah, this was a positional threat which was not seen probably.
Yes, let's yes, bishop a6, definitely a mistake due to which black lost this game. And now let's have a look at the last game that remains. Humpy versus Nino, they have played only 25 moves so far with 7 minutes to Humpy and 23 minutes to Nino. Humpy a pawn up, but is it a big advantage for white?
I think too many pawn weaknesses and well, endgame is going to be one knight ending, of course, winning rook ending, most probably a draw. So again, we don't know how the things shape. Queen ending probably a win because there won't be a perpetual check in the b pawn marches. Rook ending, too many weaknesses to guard, so probably a draw. So rook and knight ending depends on the counterplay against b4. This middle game, I think white is better, but white is far from winning this position, I think.
It's black to move, so we will have a look at what happened after a5. Let's go back a few moves. a5 was played and white played queen b3. Not the move we were considering, bishop f5 or
Also
b4
queen c3. We are also queen c3. I think
or
we
queen
thought queen
c3.
c3.
But
There
queen
could be a tactical refutation to queen c3. I don't know, but queen b3.
b3 was
So
chosen by.
what does she want? Bishop d5?
Yes, I think she wants to create pressure against the f7 point.
But
Queen
with
b3.
knight coming to e5, I didn't consider that as a great threat.
So queen b3 was met with queen e7 with the idea takes, and maybe knight b4 is possible, even though bishop a8 is a consideration that
Bishop a8,
white should
no,
not
bishop 8,
miss.
queen c5, no? So, yeah, perhaps, yeah, so knight.
Queen b4, and now the knight is not attacked but takes, knight takes pawn, queen takes, and queen c5. And in case of takes, knight takes, we take the bishop.
But
Even
queen
then,
c5, then there is queen into c5 and rook into a8. So, a b, knight b4, queen b4, bishop e4 was a possibility, I think. No? a b, knight b4. And if
takes, knight takes. Let's complete one line.
Yeah.
Queen e7. The idea is, let's say king h1, black can take, knight b4, and now if bishop a8, then black takes the knight on c5, not the bishop but the knight, supporting the knight on b4, and we are completely fine as black. So knight b4, the other possibility is queen takes on b4, but now queen c5.
Queen c5 runs into queen. So perhaps bishop e4 first.
Exactly. So bishop e4, a better move order. Knight e4 is not possible because the queen is hanging. So queen e4 followed by queen into c5, not taking the queen but
Yes.
taking the knight, and black is again completely fine. She has equalized. So that's why now white had to be careful. White played rook a d1, and now it's surprising that she did not play a b4, because I think she wanted to take on c6. There is no other move. After a b4, black will take on b4.
But bishop into c6, okay, bishop into... Yeah, this is perfect. I mean, black is slightly better here for sure, but yeah.
Rook 8 is a mistake because of queen b4, but queen c5 here, and black is fine.
This was not played. Okay, so let's find out
Bishop
what was wrong.
c6 was the move, and after bishop c6, a b4, and white would still be a pawn up and a knight versus bishop position.
But yeah, the bishop is too strong, I thought.
Yeah, instead, this was possible. Instead,
yes.
knight e5 was played by black.
Okay.
Bishop a8, rook takes. But even this, I feel, is a better version than, let's say, compare this position with this one, where the bishop is still alive
Yeah.
and creating problems for the black king as well. But after the bishops have been exchanged, black is slightly better than what he was doing.
What sure, yeah. Probably, but I think it was better to have a black bishop rather than a black knight. So black could have had a knight bishop on a8 in this position with a b4. That was, but I think she is hoping for some more active counterplay with knight. Because bishop on a8 was probably good only at spotting, attacking at one point g2. Maybe she hopes to attack. But I think white is better, but white is surely not winning. And white
Yes, but I think Humpy very comfortable in this position. I mean, knowing her, I feel unless there is a tactical refutation, as long as the b pawn is alive, she must be feeling quite comfortable to play this position. No risk, you're white, you're a pawn up, and there is no big tactics coming on the board.
Yeah, and I think she has found that the e5 knight is stuck because it knight moves and there is knight d7. Okay, there is rook into b4. But so
No,
what
rook
happens?
f4.
Rook f4, rook no. What happens if knight c6, then knight d7?
We can play rook f4.
Okay, just I don't know.
It's possible, yes.
Okay, yeah,
Just
perhaps
support because rook d5 was aimed at protecting the
the
c5
knight.
knight.
Yeah, true. So not necessarily trying to go for knight d7, but yeah.
Rook f d8 has been played by Nino, and now it's white's turn to move. 7 minutes on the clock for Humpy. Um,
So a
can she
trap perhaps e4.
double
Uh,
on the d file is
yeah,
my
looks
question.
more logical because e4. I think there's rook into d5, pawn into d5, and queen into c5.
Oh, this is a nice trap. E4 would be met with takes, and queen takes the knight. Oops. And if you take with the pawn, then rook takes the queen, and a piece is lost. Even though we have two central pawns, they will not march ahead
Yeah,
so easily
probably yeah, because black
because the knight,
rook will come to c3.
yes, knight controls d7, and important squares are controlled. So let's see how white handles this. Only game left in this round.
Yeah, I think rook d1 is logical, but the disadvantage in that if you don't have a rook in the back rank, then there's always a danger of black queen or rook trying to give a check from back rank. So probably the purpose of rook f8 is that after rook d1, rook d5, rook d1, rook d5, rook d5, black is going to try rook a8 or something and then a check in the 8th rank or perhaps move the knight because now that the pressure on f7 has been released. So try to enter on the king side. I
But
think black is not losing for sure, but
look at the player's body language. Humpy looks very determined and confident. You know, let's compare her body language in this round to what we saw her in Bibisara's game. Let's say
yeah,
in that game she was looked very nervous and down. I remember, but in this game she looks so confident, concentrated, and I feel like this is a position which, if she gives her best, then she can actually convert, and black will have a lot of problems defending
I
it.
think she has got good technique and she's able to spot right moves. You know, some moves which are very difficult to spot. She is able to spot, and with extra material, I've rarely seen her not win the game. And she's got good technique, and she wins generally unless the king is weak. And king on g1 is not all that weak because only one minor piece on the board. And she knows that the maximum danger she has is allowing a perpetual check. One thing is that she knows even if she makes a serious mistake, it's going to be only a draw. So that's, I think, a big advantage to play also.
Great. So uh, let's see what black will do here. Do you think how will you approach this position as black, Praveenji? What will you be your concerns as black?
Yeah, basic concern is doing nothing. Nothing happens and I'm going to lose. So onus of doing something is on me.
Right.
Which means and my knight is stuck on e5. I wouldn't like to play f6 because there could be some penetration. And yeah, the other concern is of course white pushing b5 and b6, which is not going to happen so easily. But yeah, if b5, b6 comes, it's just winning. So uh, to make b5 tactically impossible is important. So king h8.
So let's say king h8 would have been met with b5.
Yeah, I think that's probably strong. And if it comes to b6, then I'm sure because knight supports that and it goes to b7. Now it's a time to block it on b6. Otherwise, it will be worse. Uh,
So let's say black does nothing, then white at least reaches b7
yeah,
with her pawn,
this is
and the
completely
knight
lost. Yeah.
is protecting it. So this is a plan that white has in the position, and black does everything in her control to stop it. So
Right.
rook f d8 was aimed against b5 as well, because now rook takes, queen takes, and rook takes the pawn.
Yeah.
So
Rook d1 looks more logical.
d1 is
e4 fails. Yeah.
being played by
Yeah.
Humpy. She does go for that move. Very logical.
Yeah, so we can expect rook d5, and something other than rook d8 because if black plays rook d8, black is going to lose. So black will not exchange pieces there. So what will black do then?
Why do you say this is losing? Because of b5, b6,
Yes, I
b7?
think as the pieces reduce, the queenside pawn is going to be very strong. And since black's hope lies in creating counterplay to give perpetual check, it's important to have give some checks. For example, if rook a8 and rook a1 check comes, then white has to be careful because king h2 would run into knight g4 check and queen h4 mate or something. You know, so you always have this rook a8 as a possibility. And white has to at least defend against some threat. But white has comfortable moves like queen c3. So I wouldn't say it's really strong. If you play rook a8, I play queen c3. So I don't allow you a check and I compel you to make some move to guard the knight, which is always a tempo is always good. And perhaps at this stage, black may have to play f6. So
I think the rook on d5 is a huge strength for white as well as the knight on c5. Wonderfully placed pieces.
yes, knight on c5 standard position, but rook on d5 very rarely in a closed in a open file. For example, in a closed file, yes, sometimes you have got an outpost here. It's not an outpost as such, but yes, she placed it on d5 very effectively. I mean, she plays unusual moves with some great. I think she's a sort of master of unusual moves which people don't normally consider. That's why her originality, I said, this strategic originality is very great, and she is able to play strange moves, strange looking moves which are actually powerful. It's not easy to find out the purpose of those moves as well. I mean, she's often, yeah, probably she's going to weaken her opponent's position with queen c3 next. If knight c6 is not possible at that stage. So one has to also see if queen c3 can be met with knight c6 and then knight d7 coming.
Sorry?
Yeah, I mean,
Next, if white is to move.
yeah, then queen c3, and if knight d if knight c6, then knight d7, and both, and then knight into b4 is yeah, yeah.
This
So
is a sad reality
yeah.
that we cannot simply give up our b4 pawn. We have to keep
No, I
it.
was thinking of knight into b8, but knight into d5. And I'm not. Am I winning a piece in queen c8 check and queen f5? Unfortunately, no, because queen c8, queen f8, and the knight on a d5 is safe. So again, such variations. So in that case, knight c6 is a plan, no? Yeah, in that case, knight c6 is a plan. I mean, black is threatening knight c6, no? Let's say, for example, king h1, knight c6 looks like a plan. Knight c6, knight d7, knight into b4.
Here, as black, you want to play knight c6?
No,
Right
but
now, it's black to move.
oh yeah, really? Is it? Oh,
Yes.
okay, okay. So,
But
oh,
I
no, I
will
thought,
play b5. I mean, white wants to play b5 here.
yeah. Then I was just wondering if that loose position of that c5 knight, if I can exploit. For example, knight a7. Now you just move the knight, yeah, or you
Or b6.
yeah b6. Okay, okay. So knight a5 doesn't really matter. Knight b5, knight a5. You just play knight a5, and you can't support b5 and e3 together, yeah.
But I can play queen d3,
queen d3, yeah,
with the
again.
idea that rook b5 is first of all not possible. Secondly,
Rook d8 check and
rook
win.
b6 will
Yeah.
be met with rook d8, and king h7 is guarded because of the queen
Yeah,
on
rook d8
d3.
check is yeah. So no, it's like knight c6, b5, knight a5, suddenly queen d3, and black is probably losing because b6 is coming. So knight c6 not possible. Black doesn't know where to put the king or the rook. Rook a8 looks like a possibility, but again, you have to see what happens to rook a8 and b5. Then I was hoping to play rook d1 check. So rook a8, if b5, rook d1 check, and
Yes.
b5 should be dangerous because rook d1 check, black could even be winning here, yeah. Rook a1 check.
No, we will not play b5,
Obviously
but
not.
we
Queen
look at
c3, yeah,
queen
queen
c3
c3. Yeah, we
in this
decide on queen
position.
c3, yeah, but
Yes.
so and again
So-
we don't know what to do with because you get a tempo.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so but since f6 is not possible in general, and black needs to sort of have
Yes.
some activity with the queen. So what do you do then?
Yes, and Jenny O'Hara in the chat asks, is Vaishali the sister of Pragananda? Yes.
Yes, yes, you are
she
very
is
correct, sir.
Prag's sister and older sister actually.
Yes, older sister,
They,
yeah.
they have an age difference of 4 years. So the point you were mentioning that of getting practice games in an opening, I'm sure she gets plenty of them with Prag. Because they definitely practice together and discuss a lot of chess.
But again, they have to choose a position to play. This pawn structure may not have come because ED is not very common in the.
Maybe not this
Yeah, not this,
particular
but
one.
yeah.
Yes.
Because ED is not a Benoni structure usually. It's a ED-CD structure. Yeah, but of course she plays practice games. I know that she must be
Yes.
playing.
And she's also part of Vaka, which is a Indian training school and mentored by Vishwanathan Anand.
Oh,
So
I didn't know
many
that,
of
okay.
the Indian prodigies are a part of this training school. So I think this is a very good training system that they have where they are getting mentorship by the World Championship.
Yes. And also a player who was in the top 5 at the age of 22, before
And
20.
is it the top 10 at the age of 52?
Yes, yes.
So-
Also 53 already, no? And,
I
yeah,
mean, yes.
yeah.
So definitely a great legend of our game and
Yeah, I think one of the greatest
mentoring.
players of all times, I must say. 5 times
Definitely.
world champion.
So definitely the juniors must be benefiting a lot under his guidance. And now let's come back to the game. So we have a few moves Not yet played. Actually, Nino is still thinking. I'm
Yes,
surprised.
it's not easy because rook 8, there's queen c3, knight c6, there is b5 followed by queen d3. So not easy to make a move here. I mean, you need to keep attack on c5 and you have no square to attack the d5. See, my concern would be the d5 rook. As you said, rook is very powerfully placed. I would like to drive it away and I see no way of driving it away so easily. How about knight c6, b5, knight b4? Is it possible?
So let's say black plays knight
Knight c6,
c6 here.
b5, knight b4, rook d7, yeah? Knight
Knight
b4. I don't
b4
think I can
looks
take it because
very
queen e3
awkward.
check. Queen e3 check doesn't lead
King
to anything.
h2
No, no
and
real checks.
f4
Yeah.
is guarded
Yes,
and e5 is
and even, no,
guarded.
I was thinking if you could get b5, but even that you're not getting. So none of the moves are working actually. Although white has too many points weak and loose, black should be in a position to attack that, and she probably finds that she can't attack b4 and e3, and she can't dislodge the d5 rook. So I think black needs to think a lot here because if the rook on d5 remains here, it's a matter of concern. Rook can't be driven. Knight is quite far from that. E3 is guarded, b4 is guarded. No way to. When you're pawn down, you have to do something, and if you're not able to do something, it's a big reason to think a lot at this stage. No? So white is just going to play queen c3 and force you to play f6, and also perhaps b5 is a move. Yeah, perhaps it's a tough position to play for both sides, but at this stage, with one rook exchange, I think white's play seems to be easier because black is not able to give any threat. And rook 8, queen c3, rook 8 is too vague, but even that comes into consideration. But if the knight was not attacked, queen g5. But you know, like rook 8, queen c3 is the tempo, and if you play f6, you will never get queen g5.
No, rook
So
b6 has been played and this is the live position on the board. How difficult, Praveenji, is it to convert an advantage in chess?
well, world number 2, Dr. Sigbert Tara said that the most difficult thing in chess is to win a one game. So I think it's very difficult. But
Have you managed to convert most of your winning games?
oh yes, fortunately, because I mean, I was fortunate to have some sessions with great players like Taimanov and Averbach and Vasiuko. I mean, I don't know Gennady Kuzmin, who Spassky, of course, who voluntarily offered some help, and the way of thinking did make some difference. And of course, our great Vishwanathan Anand, who at the age of 15 taught a lot to me when I was 25. So also strategically a very strong player. So generally we learned the do's and don'ts of a particular position at by 25 we knew reasonably well. It's not very common for players of my generation to miss a winning position because you know there was not opening preparation and players basically played on their own. So what was more important that they got the positions and they won the position, otherwise they wouldn't be getting results. There's no chance of winning a game in opening. So there all the players at that time were those who played in the late 70s 80s and you know even early 90s. Now, more technically accurate and compared to people who are more into opening preparation, because if you are in opening preparation more, then you don't really have time to study technical positions.
So, does the focus on opening preparation, which is so high nowadays, and also in some to some extent necessary because you might get into a lost position out of the opening itself if you're not aware, does that sort of impact the middle game and end game play of today's generation players?
I don't know because if I have to play a tournament, I have not studied opening in more than 15 or 20 years. So I mean, I'm going to play what is simple, but I never aim to get an advantage, and I never try to find out the most principled move and that sort of. I'll quote an example that one of my students was playing against in a position where the student was able to find out all the accurate moves, and the computer went up to +5 or +6 when I had suggested queen exchange and +2, 2.5, 2 pawns of position. As the things happened, it was not possible to find out the correct possibilities, and then it became a draw by perpetual check. So +5, +6, a rook up, but a perpetual check. So sometimes it happens. So I think Oh, here she found a way to win the pawn back. I don't know, knight c6.
But a perpetual check occurred in the students' game.
In that game,
So it
yeah.
was better to choose the simpler win, which was more human, more obvious to the human eye.
Yeah, but and the student lost so much time finding out those best moves, which is supported by engine, that almost no time was left to see the perpetual check. So again, as Capablanca said, the greatest players of all times. I think I study their lives and their comments more than their games. And Capablanca said the best way to. He was asked what is the best way to win. A silly question sometimes, but he said the best way to win is the easiest way to win. And he said that the easiest way for one player may not be the easiest way for the other player. So again, for someone, a strong attack is the best way to win. For someone, a pawn up in an ending is the best way to win. So in one of the positions, I remember I had an option of winning a second pawn in the middle game or exchanging queens and remaining one pawn up. I was a pawn up, and I chose the second best move, which didn't win a pawn, but I won the endgame so easily because it was a forced win, and I was comfortable with that. So I think again you have to know yourself and your style and your shortcomings mainly.
Wow, wonderful advice there. Praveenji, the game has changed a bit since we left it. Rook b6,
A fantastic
great
move. I
move.
think great move. Yeah, is white down? That's the where the weaknesses are very low. Is white going to lose that b4 extra pawn? Then it's going to be a plain draw.
And there is also a possibility of a rook lift to the king side with queen g5 and creating problems around
I don't know.
white's king.
Perhaps a vague move like knight f3 check, pawn into f3, queen h4.
Yes, this is also dangerous,
I
and
mean, you have to calculate this. I
and
don't-
only
yeah.
computer doesn't have any emotions, so it easily gives +3 -3, but human beings have a heart that beats really fast when your opponent plays a move like knight f3 check. So that's the problem, and rook b6, a great move, deserves 2 exclamation marks actually, but I'll give it 1. And after queen c3, knight c6.
Yes, because knight f3, queen h4 doesn't make any sense. The even is covered, so I think that way it should be easy win. And knight f3 was a vague move, but knight f3 wins back the pawn, I think.
Yes, now rook d7 was Humpy's idea, that she wants to go to b7, and here black has a great defensive idea, Praveenji, shown by the engine.
Okay, because I'm
here.
just so queen f8 or some strange move. I don't like that move, but
Here
queen-
black has a move queen e8. It is so difficult to find. Queen e8 runs into rook b7, and the idea
rook
is
into
that
b4. Is there a perpetual check? No, rook into b4. Or
the
something.
idea is that we can take
Ah.
with the knight, and after
Oh.
rook b6, knight d5, rook b8 does not exist anymore because of the queen on
queen b3
e8.
only move.
So queen b3,
Knight into b6,
b6,
and you have straight
queen
perpetual
b6,
check.
and if the queen was on f8, this would have been winning for white.
Yes.
But queen e3 check, and black has a draw because king h2, queen f4 is a perpetual, and after king f1, queen c1, this, I think it's very difficult to calculate as a
Yes.
human whether this is a perpetual
Yeah,
or
no,
not.
the queen f8 idea was different. For rook b7, I intended to take on b7 and take on b4. So there are different ideas, and only one or two can be correct. So
Even this position, I think it is very difficult to enter it as a human, because you always feel that the king will escape thanks to the knight and the queen, but in fact the computer gives it as a draw.
I think if you get queen into j2, you don't have to worry about the position anyway.
So king e3 will
I
be
think
met
queen into
with
j2
queen
itself.
g2,
I mean, black can't lose this position. It's
and if king f3, then queen
queen f5
f5
check, and the king g3, queen e5 probably, or
and queen g5, and
Yeah,
we
yeah.
pick up g2. So this is a possibility, and if
great
Nino
possibility.
Nino has found it, wow, Nino
Really?
has found queen e8. Nino is a very strong calculator,
Yes, I mean, some of the games she has played with greatest accuracy.
and
I
she
think.
has drawn with Magnus Carlsen. Did you
Oh,
know that?
I didn't really know that. Okay, and then you have to be fantastic in calculations, because Carlsen won't give a draw even king and pawn versus king and pawn.
And it was a classical game
Okay.
played in the Qatar Open, one of the strongest open tournaments. I think it was played in 2014
Well, whichever
December.
tournament, if you are drawing against the strongest player
He
in the
was-
world, let it be a very bad tournament.
It was in 2014, so Carlsen was already
At
two
his peak,
times
at his peak,
world champion
yes.
at that time. So a great achievement by Nino there.
Yeah, fantastic. I didn't know that. In fact, because to draw against Carlsen, I think he will play till king and pawn versus king, or rook versus rook.
So queen e8, a great defense by Nino,
The pawn is lost back.
and
Yeah?
now the pawn is lost after rook b7 and knight b4, another strong move.
Yes, what a fantastic idea. I think it's possible to go wrong by playing rook into b7 first and knight into b4, because then there may not be a perpetual check. Yeah. Now it's not so good because queen into b4. Now I don't think there's a perpetual check. King f1.
Because
King
this
f1,
is
you don't, yeah, you don't have
covered.
queen f4 check. Yeah, so, and the knight is well placed. So now here you're running out of checks very soon. I think king e2 and probably still king e2, queen c2 check.
But maybe we go king f2, queen c2 is forced
Then
because
king
there is
g,
no other
yeah,
check, and
yeah,
then king
king
g1,
g1, yeah.
and now queen c1 will be met with king h2.
And queen c7, you have knight d6, but again, still, yeah, but now it's knight d6, and the idea is queen f4, queen g3, and move the knight. So so g5 probably, but yes, it's a lost position.
Wow. This is a very nice idea, but it will be found if she enters this. So rook b7 was played, but Nino does not play rook takes b4, knight takes b4, which was the
Yes.
toughest move to find.
Yes, I think only move to play, but it's impossible to find such a move.
It's so difficult, and Nino plays rook b7, the more human move, and after knight b7, white is still a pawn up. The pawn
White has good winning
is
chances, I think.
still alive.
What happens to queen e4, b5, yeah, and there's no useful discovered attack against the knight. Or queen e4 also, is knight d6 possible? Yeah, queen e4, knight d6 is also possible. So now, yes, now it's, I think, again black has its onus on proving the compensation is on black now. So yeah, but it was a fantastic move. I mean, probably it's not easy for any human being to find it, except maybe players of the strength of Carlsen, or some of the players really find such moves.
Yes. So queen e4 is possible. A good move actually. Centralizing your queen is
Yeah.
always a good
And the
idea.
basic idea is if b5, then queen b1 check and queen into b5. So, but I was worried about queen e4. Yeah, queen e4, knight d6. When you have to run away supporting the.
And here queen b4 is not possible. So queen is attacked, and queen b1 will be met with king h2. And can we take queen knight
Yes,
b4
and now
here?
that's what I thought. Queen c8 check, queen f5. Oh, queen f5 is guarded. Okay, but still knight f7. I think still knight f7.
Yes.
Now this is not justified. I mean, your pawn down and your king is also weak. Here, queen f6 also has to be analyzed correctly. But
Queen
this is not a safe position for black, at least. I mean, white is. I mean, if it's a forced draw in queen f6, I don't know.
Queen
But
f6.
queen f. Oh, yeah, queen f. Sorry, queen is. Yeah, so I think knight f7 is a good.
Yes,
Yeah.
a good try for white, definitely. Actually, white
Should
is
be a
better
perpetual
in
check.
all the positions, irrespective of Engine's opinion, because she's a pawn up.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, it doesn't matter, because if black had found knight b4, that was the only strong equalizing move. And after rook b7, knight b7, I think white is better.
yeah, queen e4, knight d6. No, knight d6 is the only move, I think, because b5 fails. So queen e4, knight d6, and well, queen b1 check and knight b4 is the only way, and queen c8 check. And since you don't have queen f5 check, you take knight f7, and black goes maybe queen. Yeah, there's no useful queen move. Queen e4, okay. Queen e4.
And this is the important game for Humpy from the standing perspective as well. She's on 3.5 points. If she wins this game, she moves to 4.5 out of 10. And with a game still left to play tomorrow, she has exhausted all her buys in this games in this tournament. So she has a game tomorrow. She plays against Goryachkina, in fact.
And the structure of this Grand Prix is really great, because one position up and you get 20 points more in the general Grand Prix. So winner gets 160, second person gets 130, third gets 110, fourth gets 100, fifth gets 90. So in every game, every draw counts. Even the person who's coming last and second last, there's a difference of 10 points. So 20 and 30 makes a difference too. So queen e4 forced, I think, and knight d6 only move to keep the extra pawn. And we can expect knight d6, queen b1 check, king f2 or king h2, and then knight into b4, then queen c8. I don't know if.
Yes, knight d6 played immediately by
Yes,
Humpy.
only move to maintain the pawn. I think you should
Also,
still learn to play fast, forced moves immediately.
Also 2 minutes to white and 7
Oh,
to black, with
oh,
8 more moves to be played. It
oh.
is a time pressure situation and a very, very tricky position.
Yeah.
Queen b1 will be played.
I think king
Yes.
h2 safe
King
and knight
h2.
b4 force, otherwise probably you are losing.
Knight b4 and maybe queen c4 is a
Queen
good move
c4
here.
as well, because the knight is tied down. You want to take on f7, and black has no useful move. But I think white can allow black. Oh, queen f7 check and knight f5 could be a threat then. Okay, so queen c4. Yeah, black has to find very accurate moves. But queen c4, I was worried about. Say queen g6, what happens? The knight, queen c4. Oh, sorry, queen into b4. The knight. So queen c4. How does one guard f7?
Yes, queen c4 is a very strong move here. Probably king h7 the only move to face queen c4, so that queen f7 is not a check.
Yeah, but then knight f7. Okay, knight f7 is
Queen c4 played by Humpy. Very
okay.
strong chess by
And
Humpy.
yes, and king h7 only move, because
Maybe Nino also finds king h7.
yeah, because I think nobody likes to play think a position with queen f7 check and knight f5 and black defending queen b2. I mean, that can't be played. Knight f5, knight e7, they're different mating patterns. So if knight f5 you get, and knight e7 is a
But
possibility.
queen e5
Yeah, here there's a possibility.
unfortunately
Yeah.
seals
So,
the deal for black.
yeah.
So
So
queen f5 might
check,
be a
yeah,
better.
here and
Controlling e5 and white is a pawn up, and e pawn is a passed pawn. If
yes,
the pawn had been on
yeah,
f2, in this case,
yeah.
it would have been worse than the pawn on e3 because
Yeah.
e pawn is a passer.
And I think here it's very strong to give a check on e6 and followed by knight f5 also. I mean, not move the e pawn, but also e4, e5 when you close the diagonal. And this should be a winning position. It's should be a forced win. So black has to probably play king h7 and knight into f7. Then black has to find some accurate move of trying to get the queen into play, or the knight into play rather.
Can we play queen takes pawn? And if
In
black
any way,
goes
queen takes
queen
pawn anyway.
g6, then we go queen to e7.
Yeah, but with knight d5,
But then knight
d5,
d5,
knight
knight
into
e3.
e3. Yeah. So, but queen g6, queen into queen could be a big, when you, as you said, you have passed pawn. So even queen into queen is not an obvious draw.
That is
Yeah.
true, but it is because the king is quite active and the
Stopping
pawns
the
are
e pawn. Yeah, that's true.
nearby.
Hmm.
Maybe it's a
Yeah, with king on e6,
draw.
probably white has no improvement.
So this endgame, even though black is a pawn up, white is a pawn up, it's not a king pawn endgame, but a knight pawn endgame, and that's why this could be an equal endgame. I remember Anand drew a pawn down endgame in a knight endgame, and after the interview, after the game, he said in the interview that I thought it is good to enter the knight pawn endgame because in the end, if he is left with an extra pawn, I can always sacrifice the knight for the
Yes.
pawn.
Yeah, I think the 110 move game you think you're talking of against Carlsen. I think there was a game 110 moves it took, and it ended in a draw. So I think they're playing very accurately and yet very ambitiously. Sometimes the accurate moves are dull. They are finding. So knight f7 or queen f7, queen f7, queen g6, and the knight f7 looks artificial, but yet it prevents. I mean, black has to play some move with that knight. Knight f7. Queen g6 won't be good because of knight e5 or such moves, knight into h6. So knight f7 is also a good idea, and trying to play knight e5 with some vague checks on that. I mean, okay, black is controlling all the checks.
Praveen, how is your emotional situation during a time pressure game? Like, are you tensed? Are you more alert when under time pressure?
There have been different phases in life. For
Okay.
example, the time when I had played the 20 best moves in 1 minute, and even against strongest players in John Nunn, the game where I got first grandmaster, or Tony Miles particularly in the King's Indian, where I actually checkmated him in time trouble because my black, there's no incremental time in those days. So at that time I used to be in best of my spirits in time control. And that was in 2.5 hours 40 moves, and when it became 2 hours 40 moves, I started making mistakes in time travel. And when it's 90 minutes, and because what happened was in 2.5 hours 40 moves, you calculate longer when you consume 2.5 hours. So there are one or two instances where, like again my game against Johansson in after move 20, it's a long combination, 16, 17 moves, almost forced moves. I mean, not the engine will probably refute them, but the most logical human moves had been calculated, so I could play the rest of the game in say 1 or 2 minutes. But again, if you're not calculated, then time trouble is always a big problem. If you don't know what is the next move for this, and any unexpected move comes during the time trouble, then at that time it becomes a big problem. So tactical accuracy in time trouble is required. And when I was compared, I was much younger, I played very accurately. Now I'm a bit tense because I make a lot of mistakes. It's not that, I mean, it's the psychological problem. I actually make a lot of mistakes, and I know that. So then it becomes difficult to play because you know that you are not no longer so accurate. So then what do you do?
And do you feel it's good to have a sense of anticipation? In the better sense you have of anticipation, the better you can play under time pressure because you know what your opponent can play.
Yes, I think the most obvious is like as soon as you see a position, a move or two must occur to you. I mean, yeah, in this position, either this is the move or that is the move. So then you could be wrong, and then if you find both the moves wrong, then probably you look for a third move. But generally, yes, as soon as you set a position, you look at the pawn structure and you see where the wrong piece or you see what is to be done. Like this bishop a6 in Vaishali game, it just didn't smell correct, I would say. So that if you have a sense, and that I learned because when I was 40 years back, I had a tournament, national championship, which I actually won. I was a pawn up, and I drew that game. And particularly, I had a powerfully placed rook on e8, which was doing a lot of defensive job. I moved it to the open file in rook d8, and then it became unclear, and my opponent gave a threat. And yet I could have won back by rook d8 to e8 back. And we didn't know. So Koshi, one of the greatest defensive players and tenacious players, member of Indian team many times. So he looked at the position and with that rook d8 and subsequently you drew this game. Probably after rook e8 you are much better because you're maintaining that rook. So I said my last move was rook e8 to e8 d8, and he said yes, that was the position you are completely winning, but here too you are winning. So then again that sense has to be there also, that where the pieces should be good. So I was young at that time, but yes, we developed this because we discussed a lot of positions with such I mean, he came and at a glance he said rook e8 is the correct move. When my previous move was rook e8 to d8, and there is a person who tells me to, my friend who tells me to go back to e8. So you know, something I had missed. So then we realized that interacting with each other really enables you to get a lot of insight.
Yes, yes. She has not taken on f7.
Yes,
but
e4,
gone for
e4, yeah, e4 keeping the queen away was a plan because queen into f7 is now a serious threat.
And f6 would have been met with queen f7, is it? What was white's
Yeah,
idea?
queen f7 or perhaps even knight e8 in advance or something of that sort, knight
knight
f5
f5.
in advance, and now you either you lose a knight or you allow queen f7.
Yeah, but I was afraid that you can get a perpetual after queen e5. Maybe this was possible.
Queen e5, oh, perpetually, yeah, it's because e4 now that, okay, so queen.
But still, I would say e4 a very tricky move, and it goes with what you said that when you play unexpected moves, it puts your opponent more under time
Yeah.
pressure. So I really liked it from a psychological point of view,
Yes.
irrespective of its objective evaluation.
Yeah, I think this is not, we are not going to go for objective. Yeah, knight c2, intending to get perpetual check with knight e3 and knight f1, and probably a perpetual, I don't know, king coming to f2 is always.
Can we play knight f5 here?
Yeah, stopping that, and now, but now I should start to start giving checks from the e5 points. Direct queen b8 check, and
Right.
I don't know,
This
g3
was
queen b2,
important.
g3 queen b2 can't be good.
Yes.
It can't be good at all. So,
So
yeah.
this is a problem. So white plays queen to d3 here, and can we simply play our? Oh, it's not possible to play knight a3 because queen
Yeah.
a3. So
I
queen
think
a3 a nice
I
move.
think queen c1 looks like the move here, but
And e5 is a threat.
e5
Knight
check-
f7
no,
is a
e5
threat.
check king g8 is not a e5 is not a big threat. I mean, e5 check king g8, but queen c1 your
Queen
opponent.
b2 has been
Yeah,
played.
because queen c1 the problem was e5 check and queen c4 where you again pin the knight.
But here we have e5 check once more. So queen c1 problem was e5 check.
And queen c4, Humpy's technique I like. She pins the knight every time, and then she's going to give her threats. So I immediately sensed when she played
Wow.
that
And
move.
even queen f1 is not possible.
Yeah, so
Wow.
so queen b2, yeah. So again, probably because queen e2 or queen d2 is not going to help you. So what Humpy's logic, what opponent's logic is that, yeah.
So
Queen
now
b2.
she takes on f7, but
Okay.
now maybe queen b8. Is it possible? No, we give
E5
check
check.
with
Is knight even possible? Knight even instead. I mean, because queen b2, the move that goes logically is knight e1. If you can, but then queen g3, yeah, queen g3,
g3 or queen f1. And is
and
this
and e5 e6. Yeah, if you can get e5, so yeah, queen f1, and you don't have real counterplay. I mean, that should be a perpetual check. That could be a perpetual. Should is not a correct word. I think I shouldn't be using that. But how does we start with? I mean, which is the setup
Wow.
we look for? I mean, we
Wow, this is so tough to play, Praveen ji.
yes,
Look
yes,
at the time situation. Black has
yeah.
3 minutes, 14 seconds, white has 42 seconds. Such a complicated
How
position.
about a vague move like king g8?
King
Uh,
g8 here.
if you move the knight, I have queen e5 check. So that's one of that's the idea. I mean, I don't know about the
Queen
accuracy of the queen
d5,
d5. Now I have knight
knight
e3, and you
e3.
give me double check, and I'm going to see if I survive. Then I'm not going to lose.
That's great. That's a great idea. That's a great suggestion. And now
Queen
g2
g2,
is
yeah.
a
So
problem. And
yeah, white must give perpetual check there.
so knight
So
f7 has been played. King g8 not yet played. Let's see what will Nino choose. This is such a tensed position.
yeah, king g8 I thought because I wanted to give queen e5 check. Frankly speaking, queen h5 check, and
Knight
yeah.
e1 has been played.
So
Knight
queen
e1 has
f1,
been
I
played.
think logical, no? Queen
Very
f1.
logical.
And then yeah, then I don't know. Queen white wants to play e5 and e6. Queen f1, then king g8. The queen ending is could be a draw, yeah. But okay, knight h6 check, so that's not a draw. So queen f1, what does she want to do? She protects the knight from which square? Queen d2, then e5.
Queen d2, e5 or queen f5. No, queen f5 will run into.
Eventually my threat. No, so let's try e5. I don't know, queen. Yeah, but how to protect the knight? Queen b4 again, e5. Queen f1 covers. Queen b8 check, also e5. So queen f1.
Yes, queen f1 has been played, and
Yeah.
probably knight g2, queen g2, and queen f6. This is an idea that black has.
Really?
Because
The knight is trapped?
knight is sort of trapped. We have to play
No,
queen
queen
a2 here.
a2, queen
and
f4 check, and queen into
check.
e4 is not. I mean, knight, queen and 2 pawns, queen and 1 pawn, 2 pawns against queen, knight, and 1 pawn is going to draw because you will not be able to stop. But knight, okay,
A
fantastic.
very accurate move. If Nino finds it, then it would be a great defense.
One has to be a great technician in order to.
Yes, she
play
has
this.
played queen
Okay,
g2. Wow.
so
Wow,
yeah, so
remarkable defense
yes,
by
yes.
Nino.
Although she missed only one knight into b4, but I don't know, fantastic ability to sense the position. And obviously, queen f6 is the only move, and queen a2 has to be tried because otherwise the queen ending has no sense. So we can look at a forced variation. Since knight e3 check cannot be allowed, this is forced, and queen f6 is forced, and queen a2 is forced.
Queen f6 on the board, queen a2 will definitely be
Yeah, otherwise
played.
queen f7 and black has no, black is fine, but how about white?
Wow,
Is it?
wonderful. It's such a unusual idea that the knight is trapped on f7.
They had to play this type of unusual moves because like the otherwise, of course, knight into h6 is a simply drawn queen ending, I must say, and she must try to play
But
one piece.
I think white will anyway try, no? After queen f6.
Actually, I was just looking at with some fun. If queen a2, what happens if I play king g6? I want the knight, not the
Knight h8 and king
king
h7.
h7. Yeah, I don't know because you always have knight h6 and a pawn up. Okay,
She plays
goes,
queen
yeah.
f4.
She does, so probably after winning the knight, queen e4 still, if she gets back queen f6, the knight is still,
Trapped.
yeah, you have to play queen d5 first and then knight e5. So king g2 is something you don't want to play, but you don't want to lose the h3 pawn.
And can I play king g1 here?
King g1 and then queen g3 check, or then you play queen g2, okay. So knight is no longer attacked. So king g1 you have to try perhaps.
And queen e3 will be played, but
Yeah,
then
queen
again
f2, queen
queen
e3, queen f2 I am a bit comfortable. But queen e4 again the knight is a, so actually king g1, queen e4 the knight is prisoner because knight goes to a black square, queen d4 check. So king g1, queen e4, you don't know what to do with the knight. Your opponent wants to play.
And this is the 41st move. So the
Okay.
players have completed the time control. Black has managed to equalize, but white still trying for a win because she has an extra piece.
But I don't know. In queen e4, I'm threatening king g6. So you have to, because the knight is still trapped. You can't go to a black square. So I'm threatening king g6. So, yeah, you have to find some safe haven for the king, which has to be a white square after
So
queen
it's
e4.
very difficult to win this position, definitely. And with 40 moves completed, black can actually have a think in this position and decide whether to go queen e4 or not. But she will definitely take the
Yeah,
pawn.
because the knight, I mean, the way she has sort of kept the cage around the knight. That is remarkable. And queen e4 is logical because it prevents, the d6 and d8 squares, the queen cannot support the squares. So knight doesn't intend to, she doesn't intend to allow the knight come out, and king g6 really becomes a plan then.
Yes, she has taken, and we have this position on the board. Wow, wonderful defense by Nino. A very determined game by Humpy,
Yeah.
we must say.
Actually,
But
king g6 cannot be stopped in a sense that you can't move on a white square with the king. So when I play king g6, your knight has some problems. And
definitely.
queen f2 probably comes into consideration here. So queen f2 prepares knight d6.
Yes, I think a very determined game by Humpy, but
Yeah, yeah.
black has also put up such a staunch resistance that it is difficult to break through, and we can expect this game to end in a draw as well. How it remains to be seen.
Yeah, very strange variation. I was just looking at queen f2, queen e6. And if king h2, then king g8. And knight d8, then queen d5.
D6.
d5 with the queen on f2, queen d5. So
No, queen D6, no? Check
the
and we
the
pick up
queen
the
d6
knight.
was the check. Okay, I thought queen f7 check. But even queen d5, the knight is still trapped, and you can't you support it with queen h4. Then a queen d6 check is. So, the knight is still not out of the danger. I mean, if the knight was on g2, I would still say that it's not probably a win. Still a very good chance of g5, h5, and this. But yeah, I think they had to play these artificial moves, knight into f7, and such moves to keep the chances alive. What I like about the players is, particularly Humpy's play, is that she probably knows that black has enough counterplay, but she wants to avoid the draw as much as she can do. She knows that she can't lose this position, and black had to find all the best moves. Sometimes I wonder the quality of play by black. When it's a forced move, the experienced players always find a forced move. Then I think a difference between players in 20s and 30s. When it's a players in 20s often fail to find the forced moves, whereas generally the players in 30s, what's the age of, this one, what are the
Nino
age?
and Humpy are the same
Age, yeah,
Yes.
probably. Yeah, so there I think experience does count in the sense of finding out the forced moves, but remarkable way of guarding this position. Actually, the knight has no useful moves, and she's not going to allow you queen d5 and knight e5. If black gets queen d5 and knight e5, there's at least some. White gets queen d5 and knight e5, then there could be some mating net. But yeah, I don't think this is going to end quickly, but they're going to play on this game.
I definitely think so too. So let's do a quick roundup of this game,
Of the
how it has
this
panned
game,
out
yeah,
so
true.
far. Humpy opened the game with d4, playing with the white pieces, and Nino replied with the Ragozin variation with bishop to b4. Humpy chose the closed system with e3, and after 10 moves, they reached this position with black having taken the c5 break. White took on c5, so now
Yes, an
black
important movement dc5 because a3 would be met with bishop into c3 followed by c4, and black would be playing such position for sure.
Yes, so that's why white took on c5 and black got hanging pawns in the center, and after a3 black took the remarkable decision of playing d4 here.
Yes.
A tactical idea, not going back bishop a5 but d4, and white here had the option to take and go knight to the center with knight e4, and if the bishop takes the bishop, then the knight comes back to d2 and goes to b3, attacking d4 further and coming to c5 as well.
Yeah.
So this was an option that Humpy had, but she did not take on d4 and went knight to the center directly, allowing knight takes, bishop takes, mass exchanges, and then she is left with a isolated pawn on e3 after knight b3, pawn takes pawn. Here queen c5 was not possible because of pawn takes e3. However, black could take back, so maybe here queen c5 was an option.
Yes, actually I was wondering why queen c5 was not played, in fact, because pawn into pawn, queen into pawn, rook e8 is a bit awkward, but queen f4 I thought, and then knight d4 coming, rook a e1. I think if queen f4 then knight d4, you threaten knight e2 check, so rook a e1, and it's something
Rook
which
f1 maybe.
rook f1 again. Sometimes you have
c2
knight
is
c2, sometimes you are
guarded.
coming knight c2. Yeah, but bishop into e4, you just play rook into e4. Then yeah, okay. And
But knight
no, knight
d2.
e2 check. So that's why I was playing that rook. So I could take with the knight without the knight c2, rook e2, knight d4, but rook d1.
And, okay, this was complicated.
Too complicated, yeah. But white, yeah, now the knight is trapped, black knight actually. So
Yes, this was a possible line that white could have taken on c5. White instead chose to play knight b3 after thinking for 10 minutes in this position.
yeah, I think she's going to win a pawn. She knows she's going to win a pawn. She has a weak pawn on e3, but there will be lesser complications with regard to black's initiative because the knight will not have access to d4 square.
So black took on e3 and the c5 pawn will soon be lost, which was the case. And here after b4, black played a5, and here we were considering bishop f5, which was a strong move.
Yes, I think so. And more strategically accurate also because it's sort of obvious move comparatively, I thought.
But white played queen b3 here and after queen e7, rook a d1, knight e5, bishop got exchanged and white is still a pawn up, but it's not as clear as it was.
Yes, I think it's too many weaknesses. So counterplay is always there. The onus of proving the compensation is on black, but black has active play, and as long as black is giving threats and white is not able to advance the extra pawn, it's going to be good. But yes, I think Humpy likes such positions because she can play with energy even 100 moves. So that's one of the qualities. I saw that long games she plays with equal energy. Even Vishwanathan Anand, for example, has succeeded in some games getting a winning position after only after 60 moves or so, just because opponent got tired. And there are great players. That's often the case. Karpov, Carlson, they because of their enormous energy, they play on in a drawish position. And here, of course, there's
Yes, I think we were quite happy with white's position so far with the rook on d5, knight on c5 and white's threat to play b5. But
yes, also queen c3 perhaps, and white just considered. But she is getting.
Nino found an excellent
Yeah,
defense with rook
and
to b6.
yes, it's a fantastic move, I think. And now
Here
probably there's no bigger. Queen c3
queen
is
c3
obvious.
was met with knight c6 and rook d7, a very nice idea by Humpy. Here knight b4 was tactically drawing, very difficult find, but after knight d5, here queen to b3,
Knight
knight
into
takes,
b3.
queen takes and queen e3, and black has a perpetual. Even if she doesn't allow the perpetual, white will lose the g2 pawn, and this is a fairly easy draw.
Yes, there's no reason to play for a win because the king is far, pawn will get exchanged, and
Lots of problems for white. So black could have drawn the game this way, but she chose to take on b7, which is also an
yeah, she had a
understandable.
specific plan, which is I think quite reasonable. Queen e4.
And after knight to d6,
Only move again played immediately by Humpy, I think, giving up the pawn because but then she has to have a knight on awkward position. But queen c4, yeah, and king h7 again accurate move, and now one must take the pawn.
yes, I think white had to take the pawn here and enter this position, but Humpy went for the more tricky e4, which was a very good decision in time pressure.
Yeah,
but,
knight f5 and queen f7 because black knight is not able to defend the king.
but black was up to the task and found knight c2, the most accurate move in the position. And after knight e3, knight f1,
There are
white has
threats at least.
problems.
Yeah, there are threats, yeah.
So white played queen d3, pinning the knight, another good move.
Yeah, so in case of queen c1, she wanted to play e5 check and queen c4 when there's no perpetual check.
Yes, this was a very important point, but queen b2, another good move by black.
Yes.
And with the idea to play knight e1 next, white took on f7, knight e1, queen f1, and black gave up the knight for 2 pawns, but now queen f6 traps the knight on f7. Great thematic idea which can be
Yeah.
kept in mind for a few more few more years to come.
Yes, I
Because
think a great idea for sure. Queen f4 check. I'm not sure if king g6 is also possible here.
king g6 might have also been possible, which is
I
leads to a
yeah,
draw.
I thought my idea was to. I mean, I'm more interested in winning a knight than a pawn, but I thought the idea was king g6 because I looked at the bad knight and I thought that king g6 was winning the knight. So, but what she plays is fine as well.
The knight is trapped in the center in a on f7 of all the squares, and after queen f4 this is also a draw because queen f4 was black's choice because king g1 was met with queen e4, and now it is very difficult for white to win, but white will of course keep trying, so white plays queen f2.
Yeah, the only move probably, and it now that yeah, but what happens to say queen d5 trapping the knight, threatening king g8 here?
Yes, let's have the player cams on the
Yeah.
screen. Yes, queen f2 played by Humpy. Humpy not ready to give the draw so easily
Oh yeah.
to Nino.
So okay, so for queen d5 you have queen f4. So how about king g? Yeah, with king now you're threatening to move the knight to d6. So queen e6, queen f4, then queen into h3,
Yes, I think
and
this is
king
the
g8 is a threat, no?
king g8 is a threat.
And
Knight d8. Let's say we play h4 here.
and king g8, knight g8. That's queen d5 was I think the problem, no? The knight is still trapped. Queen b6 would allow random checks. The only if you have to if the d8 is queen b6 is the only square to guard it once you play h4. So h4, king g8, knight d8, well queen d5.
And queen b6
Oh,
and
yeah, then
too
we
many
don't.
checks.
Yes, I think a straight perpetual check from e2 and I don't know e3. Taking the h4 pawn will be an option also. So the knight, badly placed knight, well, it was necessary, otherwise she wouldn't be a pawn up.
Yes.
Then black wouldn't give a knight. If you had not taken on f7, you wouldn't have this position because black wouldn't play knight into g2 then. So look at the accuracy level and courage the players are showing, and the judgment that this has to be played, the knight sacrifice has to be played because otherwise I have no moves. And that sense, I think great sense has been shown by black particularly.
Yeah, this game is very well played by both the sides. Humpy is in no mood to give a draw. We can see from her face that she's desperately trying to find ways to continue the game.
Yes, I'm sure she knows it's a draw, but she wants to create some traps where, yeah, because now it's heading towards obvious draw. I mean, she has to
But
guard the pawn.
is it, definitely, but is it possible to make mistakes in this position after queen f4 and knight e5?
I don't see a checkmate pattern because the only checkmate pattern is knight on e7 and queen on e6 or something when queen g8 mate cannot be stopped, which means black cannot get the queen into back rank and there is no perpetual check. Looks very difficult to see a checkmate pattern. Because if you threaten the mate on g7, there is always a way to defend. G8 is the only, and even in case of queen g8 mate, if black queen comes to back rank, and with white king open, black will always guard the g8 square. So not realistic chance. Once you lose the h3 pawn, I see no reason to believe that it could be win. And king h2, king g8 loses the knight immediately. So what you have to do is queen f3 here and king g8. Then there's a different problem. I think king g8, knight d8, then queen e1 check also comes into consideration because queen d2 check is there. So you have to play queen f1, and at that stage queen.
No, king h2, king g8, knight d8, then queen d6 is losing the piece.
Oh, no, king h2 is not possible. No,
Yes.
no queen e1 check. So yeah, so you don't know what to play then because queen f3, king g8, knight d8, queen e1 check, and you can't play king h2 because of queen d2 check. You can play king g2 also can't. So queen f1, queen g3 check. Oh, that's a no check position. King h1. Let's look at this queen f3, knight queen f3, king g8, and yeah, so probably a very difficult position to play, and yeah, so I think well, let's wait for the players to play because I think objectively it's a forced draw, and only when there is a mistake we can perhaps analyze because there's not for any forced condition any longer. I think it's going to be a comfortable draw for black unless otherwise black doesn't. So what do you think? Why this half point would make such a great difference for Humpy? What do you think?
No, actually, let's have the current standings on the screen of the tournament, And we see that Humpy is on 3.5 points at the moment. If she moves to 4.5, already she ties with Lano for the 4th place. Lano also drew with Harika today, and another win in the last round would make her help her come in the top 3 perhaps, because Zujiner already on 5.5 points, but Zujiner also has another game to play tomorrow against Nino. So I think that's the reason Humpy is very keen on using her last white game. Also, let's remind the viewers that she will. Oh, she has one more white game. Tomorrow also she plays
Okay,
white against
yeah. So
Goryachkina.
she's really hoping to win 2 out of 2,
Sorry.
and because
Let me just check if she's white against Goryachkina. Let's confirm
okay,
it.
let's see.
No, she plays black against Goryachkina tomorrow. So this is her last white game of
Okay,
the tournament.
and
And
I think Goryachkina is also highly rated.
yeah, they
Yes,
both
the
are
same
the
same
same.
rating. The two highest rated players play in the last round. So it will not be a championship game. But I think why Humpy is very particular about trying to win both the games, or at least this game, because winner gets 160 points, a second person gets 130, and third one gets 110. Thereafter, you keep on dropping 10 points. So if a fourth, then 100, and fifth 90. So you know that 20, 30 points would make a lot of difference in the final standing if she's trying to qualify to that. And perhaps prize money also, there will be a significant difference in the third prize and fifth prize, say. So yeah,
Absolutely.
it's the reason to play. And also Humpy knows that she has got enormous energy, but her opponent has shown equal energy. So I don't know. It's again the battle of energies as well. There's it's very clear that even if white loses the h3 pawn, it's going to be a draw. So white has no reason not to continue. At the same time, black has played very accurately and realistically. I mean, I don't see it very realistic that there'll be a win possible. But yes, playing I think is a good option and try. Unfortunately, I don't see any checkmate pattern unless white queen is in the 8th rank and knight in e7. h4 has been played or no?
Yes, and
h4.
let's also inform about the prizes. There are wonderful prizes in this tournament. The first prize is 15,000 euros, of course. The second one is 12,000 euros. Third one, 10,000 euros. Fourth place gets 8,000. Fifth one place 6,750 euros, and the last place, 12th place, also gets 2,500 euros. In this tournament, of course, there are only 10 players, so the last place would be the 10th place with a prize of 3,500 euros for the 10th place player. So I think there is a significant difference in the prize money as well between, let's say, the 4th and 5th place. 4th place wins 8,000 euros, while 5th place wins 6,750.
Yes, and third is I think 10,000 you said, no?
Yes,
So third
absolutely.
and fifth makes a lot of difference, and half a point could make that. What's the tiebreak? Any idea in this such a tournament, or they because tiebreak we don't know the tiebreak, but players
Yes.
obviously know the
No, the
tiebreaks.
tie breaks will be the higher number of games played with the black pieces, then the Sonnenberger system, the
Okay.
number of wins in the tournament of every player involved in the tie, and the results of the game between the players involved in the tie. So direct encounter, and the fifth one is just a draw of
So
lots.
yeah, direct encounter is not very significant here, but number of blacks. And Humpy would have played how many blacks? If you don't count the walkover game, then I don't think will the walkover game be counted
I
because
think there's not much. Humpy has played equal number of blacks and whites.
that's if you're counting
Harika
if
is
you
the
count
one.
on 10. But there was one walkover game. Everybody got a walkover game. Now it's not a buy; it's a walkover game. So does the color stand? I think that's a technical issue. Neither you nor me are international arbiters, so we don't know this. But in a walkover, generally color is not counted. That's what I know.
Right. So, yes, let's. We will, of course, all of the the final placings will count only after tomorrow's games. It's no point
Yes, but I think
speculating
after
right
today's
now.
game, perhaps the tiebreak and if you could display the tiebreak and who benefits by a draw, something it won't know. Yeah, that's a big problem because it's a all player tournament. You will never know that. Yeah, true.
So the tie breaks, as I mentioned, is the higher number of games played with the black pieces. So that is the most important tie break, and only if that is equal with the player who is tied with you on the
Mm.
same points, then we go on to the second
Tiebreak
second tie
SB.
break,
Yeah.
which is Sonnenberger, and third and fourth in case the first two are tied, and so on.
Yeah, so Humpy, also I think Harika had a great advantage in this, but it's unfortunate to play so many blacks. So again, when you play black, you are improving tie break, but the chance of your getting into the tie is less because the chances of
Yes.
winning are less. So actually, it's unfortunate to play more blacks, and only the better tie break is only the consolation that you played again under worse conditions, and you played under tougher conditions, so you get a better tie break. Well, here H4 has been played, and nothing much. But tomorrow will be a lot of fun in the sense because it will be all five games. Nobody has a buy or a walkover in that game. And last few days, I think it has been happening that some players had a buy and some players had walkovers because two players, after confirming their entry, and in fact after confirming the entry, they had dropped out. The pairing was made 21 days or 1 month before, and of course players have their own reasons to drop out from the tournament. So somebody doesn't turn up, the pairing stays, and the pairing stays, then obviously it's going to affect the color. It's nothing that can FIDE do or anybody do about it. So, well, a very fighting game by Humpy, and enormous
Now,
energy by both the players. And
yes.
yeah, but now Humpy has played H4, so probably she has seen that the knight is going to be sort of trapped after King G8.
And
And
talking about blacks, Humpy has played five blacks and will play five blacks and four whites in this tournament. So definitely, because there are 9 rounds,
okay, yeah, correct, yeah.
everyone gets one extra game with the either of the colors. There are some players who got extra whites and some players who got extra blacks. So King G8 played, and we can see that.
Yeah, but
Uh,
four whites and five blacks means she could get third position because it's a better tie break. So I think knight h6 is obvious draw here. Knight d8 queen d5 actually traps the knight. No, the only way to support the knight is queen b6, which is not an option really. So uh, I thought even queen d7, no, queen d7 would run into queen a2 check and all that, which I wanted to avoid. So yeah, queen d5 looks very obvious. Knight d8 is only square, otherwise knight h6. Probably if she plays knight c6, she offers a draw. If she plays knight d8, opponent plays queen d5. And then what does she have? Because she loses the h4 pawn, queen b6. So why should she play that position anyway? So perhaps knight h6 can be played here. And the obvious draw will take place after that. So very fighting game. I think some very sharp positions lead
let's
to draw because both the players played very accurately.
Let's also do a quick roundup of the other two
Other
games
games,
that we
yes,
have
yeah,
seen so far. Lano drew against Harika, and they also drew pretty quickly.
yes.
E4 was played by Lano, and after E5, knight f3, knight c6, Harika chose the Berlin defense, and Lano went for the rook e1 variation.
Very simple choice. I think generally this choice is made at top level, at this level, when white is comfortable with a draw and tries to play with slight advantage without any risk, because d4 leads to a lot of risk, and the risk is avoided. When you avoid risk, obviously you have lesser chances of winning. It's always the case.
So knight d6, and they reached this position after 8 moves with rook on e5, and black has problems developing the c8 bishop, but all of this has been analyzed. So black went for the bishop f6 idea, and after bishop f4, another one pair of rooks was exchanged, and knight e8 an accurate move with the idea to play d5 and develop the bishop to f5. So bishop d3 met with g6, knight d2, knight g7, knight f3, bishop f5. All of this has been played in world championship games as well, between Carlsen and Anand as well. And after these bishops were exchanged, it's even more equal. White is threatening to come to e file and occupy the e file. It's the crux of the position, whether white can occupy the e file or not.
Basically e7 square, because and the two black pieces guarding, unless a major piece enters e7, there's not going to be any advantage. So it looks very unlikely that white will succeed in exchanging both the minor pieces and then put rook e1 and queen e7. That would be a big advantage. It's impossible to, with black king also has a chance. So I think they were just playing out of inertia probably here, because yeah, white is trying to uh, do something, but
This
not really.
exact position was reached in Carlsen versus Vichy as well, which ended in a draw in the World Championship match in 2013. And after knight g4, queen d8, an accurate move with the idea to go back to g7, queen e5, knight g7. Now we have to be careful not to blunder with knight f6 because it's met with queen f6, queen takes, and rook takes on e1 with checkmate on the back rank. So queen e8, again important to take with the
Knight, yeah.
knight and not the queen, because knight f6 will run into a lost endgame for black. So knight e8, rook takes, queen takes, and knight f6, and this is completely equal.
Yes, I think it's the final position itself of today's game has occurred in Anand's game, yeah, Carlsen Anand game.
Yes, they didn't play until here, but already over here they agreed for a draw. Sorry, over here they agreed for a draw, and after knight e8, this was agreed to a draw between Harika and Lano, having completed 30 moves. So not much happened in this game.
Yes, a very simple game. I think a simple choice by White. Perhaps she didn't expect Berlin. That could be one of the reasons, and she didn't want to take risks because, as you said, Harika is very good in opening preparation, and she tries to understand the position she plays. So that's, I think, a major issue when you're playing against an opponent who is quite formidable, solid. It's tough to some choices you have to make over the board.
And the last game of the day has also ended in a draw after h4, king g8. Humpy went for knight h6 and offered a draw, which was accepted by
as we
Nino.
predicted, a very simple way. It's too artificial to play knight d8. Only black can try after queen d5. So, yeah,
good game by both the players. Very interesting ideas. We already did a roundup of what happened in
yeah,
this
and
game.
only one mistake where black actually missed an immediate draw, but a move probably cannot be found by a human, and it was the engine which suggested this move. We had not thought of that move at all. So rest of the other moves were very impressive, and black didn't give white chance to advance the pawn or improve her, and when required she gave up the knight because that was the only way out. A fantastic defense. I think sort of one of the greatest games in the tournament from defensive point. So I think we're dealt with all the games today.
Absolutely. So wonderful games, fighting spirit shown by the players so far in the tournament. 10 rounds already played, only one last game to go. The game begins at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Yes, 1 p.m. Indian Standard Time, not 3 p.m. So join us 2 hours before. Don't wait for 3 p.m. tomorrow.
Absolutely, or else you'll miss half of the game. So do join us on time. Thank you so much for being with us all these days. We really appreciate it. We have enjoyed watching these girls fight it out over the board in the Women Grand Prix, and looking forward to the final finish in this tournament. See you tomorrow. Take care. Namaste.
The third game of the sorry, what round? 10th round. 1, 2, 3. We go. The third game of round 10 to finish is the game between Zhu Jinner and Vaishali Ramesh Babu. They're both joining us. Zhu, one of the top players in the Grand Prix and in this leg here in New Delhi. You won the game. Would you just briefly summarize what was the key moment in the game, in your opinion?
I mean, this game, I chose a not so popular open line. Yeah, I know she opening is pretty good, so I try to play some sideline to avoid her home preparation, and yeah, she spent a lot of time in the opening, and yeah, but she did not find the best move, and then I get the initiative. Then, yeah, I won the game.
Obviously, as you mentioned, you were very good in preparations, in opening preparations, and you got a decent position out of the opening, but then you misplayed somehow. Vaishali, would you care just to explain from your end?
Yeah, I misplayed in the opening. This 94 was not good. Like, I already forgot how I was supposed to play. So yeah, I spent a lot of time there, but I could not find a good way. I think bishop g4 or bishop f5 should be the main move. Yeah, later I didn't get any chance. So my opponent played a very strong game.
This has been a difficult interview. Sorry, maybe an interview as well. But it's been a difficult tournament for you. But still, you came in last moment as a replacement. You were playing really experienced and strong players. I heard one player say, "You win or you learn in chess always." So there's no real defeat. Has this been a good learning curve for you, this tournament?
Yeah, it has been very difficult tournament for me. After this tournament, I have to analyze my games, and I hope this experience will help me in future tournaments.
Zhu, you're among the leaders, and you've been playing really well here. Tomorrow is the last round. Do you feel pressure? Do you feel confident? How do you feel?
Nothing special. I just try my best to play, and yeah.
Well, thank you very much both, and good luck. We have Chief Arbiter Gopakumar MS joining us here. We're in the middle of the 10th round, just 1.5 rounds to go here in New Delhi. What has the tournament been like for you?
Personally, the takeoff was a little bit turbulent, but I managed to do a smooth thing inside the hall. I taken control along with Harika, the Deputy Chief Arbiter, and I hope tomorrow we will land the event smoothly.
So, in general, what does the Chief Arbiter do? Obviously, these are high professional players here. So, what does your job consist of? What do you do during the games?
If it is a high profile or a normal open tournament, for us the job is same. We need to protect the laws of chess. We need to follow the FIDE laws of chess and the FIDE regulation. So nothing changes if it is a high profile tournament or a normal open tournament. For us as arbiters, we need to stick to our duty in protecting the laws of chess.
You've been a high-profile arbiter here in India for many years, and you've also taken on international roles. What is more difficult, to be a chief arbiter at these events with top players or at events with, so to say, regular daily amateur players?
I take both as similar way. The reason is that for me, as a person, as an arbiter, it is the same. If it is Vishy Anand is playing, as well as an underrated player playing on the last board, I need to treat them equally when they are inside the hall.
But does it really feel like that? Because obviously it's easier to say that, but you're sitting in front of people who are living legends and watching them play, and then you have to be an arbiter in something which arguably they are significantly better at, that is chess. So how does that impact?
The impact is that the respect, which we have seen these players as the legends of the game. The respect inside, but once inside the tournament hall, we need to treat all the players are equal and within the law. Once the game is finished, we have all the respect for the players. And inside the tournament hall, even if it's open normal tournament or a high profile tournament, the respect is equal to all the players.
Have you ever experienced a player requesting some special treatment because of their status or something, requesting special treatment from the arbiters?
No, I mean, for me,
maybe not directly, but indirectly.
Indirectly, I didn't found anything like that, because all the tournaments I treat everyone at equal without any bias.
Which is harder, to be a chief arbiter at a smaller tournament with top players, or at a big tournament? You've also been a chief arbiter in the New Delhi Open with over 3,000 players. So, where obviously you have more support in a way, but still the profile of the players is not as high as here. So which is it all, are both the same, or is there a difference?
No, the pressure is different. The reason is that when you are doing the number of players more, you need to be more active, you need to be more active to coordinate with your teams and all. Whereas in high profile event, you have little bit relaxation in the number of players, but the problems can happen in two ways. The low profile events, there will be more problems, but you can handle immediately with your team. Whereas in high profile event, the problems will be less. But if it is a problem is there, it should be go higher. So you need to be concentrate more and the decisions.
How does the chief arbiter prepare for events? Like obviously know the rules by heart because you needed to pass them in order to become a chief arbiter. So what kind of preparations do you do before an event? If it's a high profile event like this, do you study the profile of the players a bit? What do you do?
Yes, I study the profile of the players. Even though the laws of chess is by heart, even I read once again before the round starts all the rules, because we are human beings. So sometimes a fraction of a second there is a blankness in our brain, and once we go to the board, so refresh always better before doing the tournament. So it's a high profile, low profile, whatever the tournament, I prepare 1 hour before once again reading the laws of chess while going to the tournament hall. And for high profile events, I study the characteristic of players also.
So what do you pay attention to when you study the characteristics of the players? Like how do they react? How do they behave? Their history? What goes in there?
Yeah, normally I see their videos. Some players don't like the arbiters close enough, whereas some players don't have that much issue. So when the time control center, we keep a distance where we can watch their clock, their score sheet, and don't give much distraction to them if they are feeling like that. So that is all players to player, it is changes.
Finally, I understand you're going to Astana to the match, which is going to start just in a few days. Are there any special preparations for that, being part of a team? And you're going to be, as I understand, in the fair play, responsible for fair play. So how do you prepare for that? Or are there any special preparations when it comes to the match for the title of world champion?
Means it is sudden appointment I got from the FIDE that last week only I came to know that I am going as FPO to Astana for the World Championship. Now I am studying both players as well as coordinating with the Chief Arbiter Naboza to make the arrangements smoothly so that we have another great event at Astana.
Well, thank you very much and good luck with your work.
Thank you.